4. Hola, soy Pilar. ¿Se oye? ¿Se escucha? ¿Se escucha bien? Perfecto.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Valencia Digital Summit. Yay! Round of applause, please. On stage now, the president of Startup Valencia, Juan Luis Hortelano. Un aplauso, por favor.
Al auditorio.
Hola, buenos días a todos y gracias por estar aquí. Al final, después de tanto trabajo, lo hemos conseguido. La verdad es que ha salido un día estupendo. Cuando quieres vender Valencia, te tiene que salir un día como el que ha salido hoy, aunque un poco fresco. Y nada, hoy realmente no empieza, empezó hace un año cuando acabamos el último Digital Summit a preparar esto. Y bueno, en primer lugar quiero agradecer a las autoridades que están hoy aquí, Paco Polo, Alto Comisionado de España Nación Emprendedora. No sé si tenemos alguna autoridad más que van a venir durante el día, el conseller Rafael Climent, Carolina Pascual, Teresa García, directora general de Emprendimiento, Julia Compañ de IBACE y Pilar Bernabé. Pero bueno, como no están aquí, los doy por saludados. Quiero agradecer también a todos los asistentes que nos acompañáis hoy aquí en este día tan especial, en el inicio de la cuarta edición del Valencia Digital Summit, el principal evento tecnológico de la Comunidad Valenciana que organizamos desde la asociación, desde Startup Valencia, gracias a la colaboración de nuestros partners como IBACE, la Diputación de Valencia, Valencia Activa del Ayuntamiento de Valencia, el Oceanográfico y luego Jeff, GoHub, B-Startup del Banco de Sabadell, Google for Startups, Distrito Digital, Fundación Lab, WeDo y hasta otros 22 partners que están contribuyendo al desarrollo del ecosistema y al éxito de esta cuarta edición de Valencia Digital Summit. Igualmente agradecer a todos los ponentes, invitados y amigos que han hecho el esfuerzo para estar hoy aquí. Un esfuerzo adicional porque ha fallado bastante gente por el tema del COVID y hay algunos a los que les hemos atracado directamente para que cubran algunas bajas durante estos días y seguro que va a salir fenomenal. Y luego gente venida de todas partes de España y del mundo que esperemos disfruten y nos hagan disfrutar estos días. Y luego no me puedo olvidar del equipo de Startup Valencia, con Nacho y con Alejandra al frente, que están haciendo un esfuerzo enorme para que todo salga como deseamos y la Junta Directiva de la Asociación y el resto de empresas colaboradoras que hacen que hoy estemos aquí todos juntos. Después de un par de años tan complicados y con las dificultades que al final también han surgido por culpa del COVID y retrasos, fechas, la verdad es que es muy reconfortante ver cómo se presenta este evento que, como decía antes, y pese a todo va a ser con diferencia el más importante que creo que se ha realizado en nuestra ciudad dentro de nuestro sector. Y el más importante, quizá no en términos de calidad, se han hecho eventos muy grandes en su día, la Campus Party, por ejemplo, ni en términos de dinero invertido, pero yo sí que creo que en términos de calidad, de madurez, de potencial y del valor aportado tanto a la ciudad como a la comunidad. Iba a decir ecosistema, pero los que estuvisteis otro día en el evento de los awards sabéis que cada vez que decía ecosistema los de pantomima se reían, entonces no lo voy a decir. Por eso me alegra una vez más ver a todo el ecosistema y a todas las instituciones apoyando un evento que, como ya he hablado algunas veces con todos vosotros, creo que debe convertirse en un referente nacional, o posiblemente ya lo seamos, e internacional, desde aquí de Valencia, y que sea el evento del ecosistema. Ahora sí que lo digo. Así que nada, os invito a disfrutar estos 2 días de los más de 300 ponentes, los 4 escenarios. En total van a ser 60 horas de contenidos, en los que seguro que encontráis muchos que os interesen. Y también, por supuesto, os invito a conectar y compartir y disfrutar con todos los asistentes. Y ahora, a continuación, voy a permitirme el lujo de dar paso a Pilar Mateo, que va a ser la persona que va a subir al escenario. Para quien no la conozca, Pilar Mateo es una científica reconocida internacionalmente. Se encuentra entre las 10 científicas más prestigiosas de España y las 100 del mundo, y ha centrado en desarrollar su actividad en desarrollar diferentes tipos de productos de alta tecnología, Es una científica, además, con vocación humanitaria. Cree firmemente que la ciencia debe estar al servicio de la sociedad. Su actividad se ha focalizado en el desarrollo y aplicación de nuevas tecnologías para erradicar enfermedades mortales que se difunden a causa de la pobreza. Y además, paralelamente, Pilar ha llevado a cabo numerosos proyectos sociales para mejorar la vida en las comunidades empobrecidas. Pilar, gracias por acompañarnos hoy. La verdad es que es un inmenso placer tenerte aquí y bienvenida. Muchas gracias.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Lo primero, dar las gracias a Digital Summit por invitarme a dar esta ponencia. La verdad es que cuando me llamaron... Espera, que me puedo quitar la mascarilla, que aquí no tengo a nadie delante. No sabía, yo decía, bueno, yo no sé qué voy a poder hablar delante de tanta gente con ilusiones, con emprendimientos, con inversores, con personas que están pensando en cambiar el mundo, sobre todo la mayoría de los proyectos que salen están siempre hablando del hemisferio norte. Y yo les dije, bueno, yo me he dedicado toda la vida, durante muchos años, a trabajar en el control de vectores de insectos que transmiten enfermedades endémicas y estar muy cerca de donde están los países del hemisferio sur que sufren enfermedades endémicas y que ahora pues que nos afecta mucho por el tema de la pandemia. Me han pedido que os explique en 20 minutos lo que son muchos años de mi vida, que os anime también y además que os explique un poco a lo que ha sido el recorrido de mi vida, mi trabajo, mis investigaciones y lo que estoy haciendo en este momento. Pero vamos a hacer como si fuese una plataforma de audiovisuales y nos vamos a ir 6 años atrás. Porque ya sabéis que muchas veces cuando ponemos Netflix o Amazon o lo que sea, empiezan las películas con años atrás. Y voy a hacer lo mismo. Me voy al 2015, donde tuve la ocasión de hacer un programa para History Channel, donde di la vuelta al mundo buscando enfermedades y buscando soluciones.
Creemos que vivimos en una burbuja, que estamos salvados, ¿no? Me doy cuenta que es justo lo contrario. Estamos todos demasiado conectados.
Estamos hablando de organismos que llevan aquí muchos millones de años antes de la aparición de la humanidad.
Ébola, chagas, leishmaniasis, dengue, enfermedades exóticas brotan en zonas deprimidas del mundo.
Todo el mundo entendió que acceso al agua potable y al saneamiento eran como cuestiones absolutamente básicas y fundamentales. Y la prueba, ahí está.
Pero, ¿están realmente tan lejos de nosotros? ¿Pueden estas enfermedades pasar de los animales a las personas? El hombre ha penetrado en regiones hasta ahora vírgenes y ha contactado con los microorganismos que las provocan. Virus, bacterias y parásitos viajan con nosotros en un mundo hiperconectado. ¿Y los mosquitos? ¿Pueden hacer surgir en España enfermedades olvidadas como la malaria o nuevas como el chikungunya?
Nos ha llegado a Europa ahora y en España entró en el año 2003 y nosotros estamos comprobando que ha ido siguiendo toda la autopista del Mediterráneo.
Es una enfermedad que te tira a la cama y a mí me duró casi 3-4 meses.
¿Cuántas enfermedades aparentemente lejanas ya han llegado a nuestro entorno?
¿Qué te ha hecho el médico? ¿Qué es lo que tiene?
Eso me echó la chikungunya. No quiere comer, le duele fuerte la barriga.
No tiene que comer, porque si no el paracetamol le va a dar dolor de barriguita.
Esa también además ha chupado sangre, sí, porque se ve todo color rojo.
A mí me explicaron que esa enfermedad pues ya no tenía solución. Pues por ejemplo la mía ya está en el corazón, ya me está comiendo las paredes del corazón. Entonces no hay nada que hacer, esperar.
Y me punza como si estuviera punzando un cuchillo.
Algunos pueden salir del cuadro, otros lamentablemente llegan a fallecer.
Si tengo chaga me voy a caer, yo digo, ¿y cómo lo voy a dejar a mi hijo?
Al hacer la picadura defeca, inocula el trypanosoma. ¿cómo estás?
Empezaron a ocultar los cuerpos y enterrarlos en secreto.
Empezó a vomitar y la paciente falló a la mañana. El protocolo es no tocar.
Confirmado, es verdad que es ébola.
El pánico que se generó en la ciudad de Madrid fue impresionante.
Virus como el ébola recorren el mundo en tan solo unas horas. Otros, como el de la gripe, mutan constantemente. Mosquitos transmisores como el anófeles ya están entre nosotros. Pero, ¿dónde se encuentra la próxima amenaza?
Buenos días, coronel.
Bienvenida, doctora Pilar.
¿Cómo hacer frente al desafío de estas enfermedades? La doctora Pilar Mateo viaja para investigar cómo hacer frente a los nuevos retos científicos que se nos plantean y recorre el mundo en busca de microasesinos. Solo en historia.
Y nos volvemos al 2021. Esto es algo que estaba anunciado. Los virus, las bacterias, los parásitos, todos están en un mundo donde quieren sobrevivir, quieren estar como nosotros, como los humanos. Llevan millones de años antes que nosotros y estaban llamando a la puerta. Estaban llamando a la puerta y estaban diciendo, aquí estamos, y hemos tenido a lo largo de estos años la llamada de la gripe aviar, la gripe H1N1, pero también tenemos enfermedades endémicas que afectan a la mitad del planeta y que son transmitidas en su mayoría por vectores, por insectos, como la malaria, como la leishmaniasis, como el dengue, el chikungunya, el chagas. Y es muy curioso ver cómo la mayoría de las enfermedades afectan a los países del hemisferio sur. Enfermedades como la malaria, que mueren entre 700.000 y 1 millón de personas o más, o tal vez este año no han habido censos para saberlo realmente, porque se han podido mezclar esas enfermedades con el coronavirus. Y enfermedades como la malaria, que os decía que en 1964 España, que era un país pobre, aquí se erradicó la malaria. Por lo tanto, es una reflexión de saber qué está pasando. El mundo, evidentemente, cada vez está más globalizado, están viajando, están viniendo, nos llaman a la puerta que están entrando y están entrando, y la prevención, que es algo tan importante, no se le da esa importancia que tiene. Es mucho más maravilloso y mucho más intelectual y mucho más de ventajas económicas hablar de la cura, hablar de los medicamentos y hablar de las soluciones post en lugar de hablar de la prevención. Pero estamos viajando, está globalizado todo y esto nos afecta como pasa con el COVID. Con el tema del COVID, ¿qué pasó? Que lo que ha hecho ha sido sacar las estructuras que están mal. Se ha hecho mucho sobre la coyuntura. Faltan mascarillas, compremos mascarillas. Zika y también algo del tema del dengue. Pero a mí me gustaría enseñaros esta imagen porque el dengue durante la década de los 80, que habían solamente unos focos muy pequeños en Centroamérica y parte en Paraguay, en Chile, durante todas estas décadas se han fumigado, se han tirado insecticidas, se han gastado miles de millones de dólares en insecticidas y también en el tema de no solamente en litros de insecticidas, sino también en millones de dólares. Pero fijaros que a lo largo de todas estas décadas se ha gastado mucho más dinero y hemos llegado ahora y hay mucho más problema. Por lo tanto, algo se está haciendo mal. Y es el tema también de la educación. Es muy importante, no es cuestión de llegar a un sitio y fumigar, sino también educar, enseñar. Y si tenemos el ejemplo de España, que se erradicó la malaria, que no nos digan que no se puede hacer cuando aquí España, como he dicho antes, en el 64 era un país pobre. Pero un país pobre, pero era limpio. Había educación en higiene y se podían hacer las cosas y hubo ese cambio. La enfermedad de Chagas, y es a la que me voy a dedicar a hablar un momentito solamente, es una enfermedad que afecta sobre todo a América Latina. Cuando veis que ya empieza a pasar por otros países es porque empieza a haber una transmisión a través de la sangre, o a través de transfusiones de sangre, o a través de la madre al hijo, a través del cordón umbilical. Pero realmente el 85% está en la transmisión por un insecto que se llama la vinchuca en la zona de Bolivia, Paraguay, Argentina, y que es de la familia de los triatominos. Una enfermedad que afecta a los más pobres. A mí vinieron a buscarme, hace ya muchos años, para hablarme de que yo, cuando tenía la primera patente en el año 96, que estaba pensada para las cucarachas y para los problemas que podemos tener en Europa, me hablaron que había un chinche y que afectaba a millones de personas, y me impactó mucho cuando un doctor que vino a buscarme me dijo: doctora, mi pueblo se muere, el 85% tenemos la enfermedad de Chagas. Y yo tomé la decisión posiblemente más difícil, porque tenía que dejar mi casa, tenía que dejar mis hijos, tenía que irme a la selva a ver qué estaba pasando, y me fui tal vez con la idea de esto que tenemos los de los países del norte, que somos capaces de solucionar las cosas en muy poco tiempo. Pero me encontré una realidad, que la enfermedad de Chagas es una enfermedad de pobreza, y que no solamente es la propia enfermedad, es la vivienda, es cómo viven, es los hábitos, es el hambre. Y esta enfermedad, que como no tengo tiempo, simplemente deciros que es un chinche que habita en las casas insalubres de adobe y que por la noche baja a chupar sangre a las víctimas y que les transmite, les deja un parásito que se ubica por el organismo y principalmente les produce un problema en el corazón hasta que el corazón prácticamente empieza a hincharse y tiene muerte súbita. Y que afecta sobre todo, ya digo, a las partes más pobres de América Latina, pero de toda América Latina. Yo creé una tecnología, como os he dicho antes, que tampoco voy a empezar a hablaros desde el punto de vista químico, de microencapsulación polimérica. Esta microencapsulación era capaz de hacerla, de introducirla en un cuerpo como era la pintura, aunque luego tenemos muchas más patentes de microencapsulación polimérica, y una forma de liberar lentamente y de llegar a controlar el ciclo biológico de los insectos, no solamente de lo que se hacía hasta ahora, que era matar al adulto y dejas que se vaya creando resistencia y haciendo vectores mucho más fuertes, sino éramos capaces de controlar todo ese ciclo biológico. Como os digo, yo esta tecnología la pensé para las cucarachas de aquí, para las cucarachas que hay en cualquier parte de Europa, pero me impactó cuando fui al Chaco boliviano, cuando fui a ver lo que pasaba, cuando me fui para 3 meses y de repente me encontré que estuve allí 1 año y que no podía salir porque tampoco habían carreteras prácticamente. Me encontré con una realidad de que yo había inventado una pintura que salva vidas, que es como la llaman, y de repente me encontré que no habían paredes. Y yo había inventado una pintura y no habían paredes. ¿Y qué iba a hacer? ¿Qué iba a hacer? Pensé que si hubiera sido químico en la prehistoria hubiera inventado seguramente algo y encontré una planta que tenía mucha resina, la cortábamos, la macerábamos y la hacíamos mezclar con heces de burro y vaca y con arcilla y podíamos hacer un adobe compacto y empecé a hacer casas. Pero esta era la realidad. Esta es la realidad de donde vive la mitad del planeta, donde sufren las enfermedades y que por la globalización o se buscan soluciones globales o realmente no se va a poder hacer nada. Y esa era mi vida allí. Cuando ha pasado ahora lo de la pandemia, no sé si habréis leído que yo he sacado la palabra pandemia, y esta pandemia viene porque dentro de mis equipos de grupos de científicos que trabajan conmigo en muchas partes del mundo, una de las personas más cercanas a mí, que yo más quería y quiero, esté donde esté ahora, de Bolivia, era un vinchuquero, una de las personas que vivían y convivían con la parte del control de las vinchucas. Y me llamó 10 minutos antes de morir y no pudo encontrar una botella de oxígeno, tuvo COVID. Y el COVID allí, en estos países, ha sido completamente diferente. Cuando me llama Abraham Gemi y me dice, doctora, nada, estaba ya en sus últimos momentos, pensé, esta pandemia no es una pandemia, es una pandemia con R de rabia, con R que lleva la palabra la pobreza, el hambre. Y de ahí salió la palabra pandemia, porque no nos ha tratado igual. Porque ese es el gran problema. Ahora están hablando de que han habido una mutación, que tenemos otro virus. Va a ser así. Son problemas globales y si no hay soluciones globales no se puede hacer absolutamente nada. Y fijaros en esta imagen. Me gusta mucho ponerla porque realmente cuando yo llegué a Bolivia pensando que iba a pintar y que iba a hacer solucionar el problema de una enfermedad que duraba 100 años, me encontré con este tipo de casas. ¿Creéis que solamente el problema de ellos es el Chagas, es el COVID ahora, es el tema de otras enfermedades o es la habitabilidad? Es la prevención, es la educación. No han tenido posibilidades y, por lo tanto, aquí es muy complicado si no empezamos a hacer esos proyectos globales y hacemos esta forma de ver las cosas. Porque aquí no solamente estamos hablando de salud humana, estamos hablando de problemas en animales, estamos hablando de problemas medioambientales. Y entonces, o se habla de un mundo que habéis escuchado, One World, One Health, pero de verdad, o difícilmente se podrán buscar soluciones globales. Imposible. ¿Por qué? Porque los animales también tienen sus parásitos, sus virus, convivimos con ellos y, por lo tanto, hay que hacer un plan estratégico donde la parte veterinaria sea tan importante como la salud humana. Y la medioambiental es exactamente lo mismo. Se han ido quitando, haciendo edificaciones, se ha ido desforestando y los animales quieren vivir y se han metido también, están entre nosotros. Y, por lo tanto, es muy importante pensar que no solamente cuando hablan de un mundo global y de una salud global se hable solamente de la salud humana. O se hacen planes estratégicos de animales y de medio ambiente o difícilmente se podrá salir adelante. Yo, si me podéis traer un poquito de agua. Bueno, cuando yo llegué a Bolivia, como os decía, en el Chaco boliviano, con los indígenas guaraníes, donde a partir del 2006 viví 7 años en la selva, me encontré con esta realidad y que, bueno, pues me puse a hacer viviendas, empecé a pintar, esto es mi equipo de vinchuqueros, empezamos a hacer casas, empezamos a pintar más casas, de hacer reboques, de hacer más casas, y mientras tanto me encontré con otra realidad, que mientras yo estaba haciendo esto, pensé que era muy importante el tema de la movilización de las mujeres. Esto supongo que el minuto que voy a beber me lo perdonan y me lo regalan. Pues pensé que había que hacer algo también porque la mayoría de los sitios, y pasa en la mitad del planeta, son problemas también familiares, son casi todas familias monoparentales, y que las mujeres no habían tenido tiempo absolutamente de poder formarse. Entonces creé el movimiento de mujeres indígenas y empecé a trabajar y empezamos a hacer pues más viviendas, empezamos a hacer todos estos temas desde escuela de peluquerías. Fijaros vosotros, yo científica y que tenía una tecnología y de repente me encontré que estaba montando una película, que estaba montando peluquería, que estaba montando equipos de fútbol de mujeres, que estaba haciendo un montón de cosas que estaba fuera de lo que tenía que ver la ciencia. Pero me di cuenta de lo importante que es la ciencia que tiene que estar al lado y de todo lo que creemos que esté al lado para cambiar las cosas en el mundo. Porque si no lo hacemos, si no cada uno de nosotros, que con nuestro conocimiento cambiamos las cosas de una forma global, difícilmente vamos a salir adelante. Bueno, pues esto fue mi vida y diréis, bueno, qué bien, ¿no?, que estaba haciendo todas estas cosas. Pues mientras estaba aquí empecé a recibir amenazas de muerte y decías, ¿cómo puede ser que me amenacen a mí por estar con una brocha de pintura y estar haciendo todas estas cosas? Pues también, porque también hay mucha gente que vive del tema de la pobreza. Y por eso es tan importante que entendáis que todo el mundo está llamado para cambiar las cosas a través de lo que sabe hacer. A mí me ha costado mucho. Fijaros vosotros ahora que con la vacuna somos tan afortunados que en un año nos han podido poner una vacuna, están estudiando medicamentos. A mí me ha costado 20 años de mi vida. Y además no tenía ayudas. No tenía ayudas porque cuando estás hablando de proyectos que tienen que ver con enfermedades vinculadas a la pobreza, que es lo que dediqué y lo que pensé que tenía que hacer mi tecnología, no hay rentabilidad rápida. Cuando hablas de pobreza, cuando hablas de enfermedades, la rentabilidad es a largo plazo y nadie te apoya. No te apoya la cooperación porque no eres una ONG, no te apoya los proyectos vinculados con la empresa porque evidentemente siempre tienes pérdidas, no puedes tener ganancias cuando te dedicas a esto y tampoco era un centro de investigación público y por lo tanto en aquella época, ahora afortunadamente hay más cosas, pero no había absolutamente nada. Pero yo estaba convencida que tenía que salir adelante y me costó 20 años de mi vida. Y además no venían a evaluarme porque me decían, tienes que publicar. Y yo decía, pero ¿cómo voy a publicar si a veces me dedico más tiempo a buscar un cajón para enterrar a una persona que acaba de abrazarme y se ha muerto en mis brazos por muerte súbita? no puedo. Y me decían, no, no, es que además tú no puedes publicar, tienen que publicar otros. Pero tampoco venían a evaluarme, porque venir a la selva era muy complicado. Por eso es muy importante que entendáis que las cosas que hagamos tienen que estar cerca a las personas que sufren. Y que la globalización, y que, aunque parezca mentira, voy a decir gracias a lo que pasa con el COVID, desgraciadamente es una desgracia, pero es la realidad de lo que sufren la mayoría de las personas que viven en el hemisferio sur. Esas endemias también, con esa R de rabia. Y eso, yo que lo sufrí, que lo viví, que lo sentí, pensé que la ciencia tenía que ser una ciencia que abraza, una ciencia que está cerca, una ciencia que escucha, pero cada uno de nosotros estamos llamados a escuchar lo que está pasando en el mundo. Pero no solamente en el mundo de aquí y hacerlo todo tan sofisticado, que también está muy bien. Hagamos soluciones para los países del sur. Busquemos soluciones para ese mundo global, soluciones para esos problemas globales. ¿Habéis visto cómo cuando no se busca una solución global volvemos a tener el mismo problema? Por lo tanto, eso es fundamental. Bueno, después de todo lo que ha sido un sufrimiento en mi vida, porque no teníamos realmente ayudas y porque nadie pensar que yo me había metido en un mundo de multinacionales, donde tenían, por eso os he puesto la imagen del dengue, tenían la idea de vender y vender y vender insecticida para poder fumigar. Era un mundo de multinacionales, un mundo muy difícil. Bueno, 7 años la fase 2 de malaria, de tener resultados, vino un inversor de África y me dijo, quiero montar una fábrica en África y ya, voy a tardar ya muy poquito para deciros que afortunadamente el final ha sido feliz. En este momento ya hay una fábrica montada en Ghana, que es en África. Ahora se inaugura muy pronto, en 2 o 3 meses, la fábrica en Nigeria. Hay una fábrica en Paraguay. En este momento tenemos también 7 familias de patentes en más de 100 y pico países del mundo. En Valencia, en Paiporta, donde tenemos el centro se ha convertido en un centro de investigación y un centro de microencapsulación. Desde ahí salen todas las microcápsulas por el mundo. Estamos trabajando con proyectos pues, con la Organización Mundial de la Salud, con el TDR en Bangladesh y en Nepal de leishmaniasis. Estamos haciendo proyectos prácticamente, para que os hagáis una idea, trabajamos con más de 150 científicos de todo el mundo, estamos teniendo patentes, estamos haciendo un montón de cosas, como veis aquí. Simplemente ya deciros que hay una diferencia entre una empresa social y una empresa con responsabilidad social. La empresa con responsabilidad social, ganas mucho dinero, tienes unos recursos que lo puedes compartir, si puedes hacer cosas y está muy bien. La empresa social, que es lo que yo tengo y lo que yo hago y cada cosa que hago tiene que ser así, es lo que haces sirve para cambiar el mundo, para cambiar los sistemas, para cambiar las cosas a través del conocimiento. Y eso es lo que me gustaría transmitiros, que se puede hacer. Si lo he hecho yo con una brocha de pintura, si realmente me fui a un mundo indígena y pude llegar en este momento con mucho tiempo, muy largo, demasiado tiempo, con mucho recorrido, posiblemente vosotros que tenéis emprendedores e inversores también, que penséis, que ayudéis también a la gente que tiene ganas de cambiar las cosas. Y o se cambian en los países donde son las necesidades o las enfermedades, o esto no se va a acabar. Y podemos estar también en la lista Forbes, porque hay otra lista Forbes, pero que no es la Forbes del dinero, sino es la Forbes de cambiar el mundo, donde, bueno, pues me han metido ahí. Y por eso quiero deciros que también podéis estar cada uno de vosotros y vosotras en esa lista Forbes donde podemos cambiar las cosas. ¿Y qué podemos hacer? Pues podemos hacer muchísimas cosas dentro del mundo digital. Es que la parte digital, el conocimiento, puede acelerar las cosas. La educación, la telemedicina, la inteligencia artificial, cualquier cosa que se os pueda ocurrir, la educación es fundamental. Enseñar. ¿Cuál es el gran problema que ha habido en el mundo? El tema de tener grupos realmente que sean capaces de identificar el problema en tiempo real y además cruzar los problemas en tiempo real. Así podríamos estar hablando de un montón de cosas que se podrían hacer en zonas despobladas, las pruebas del 5G, un montón de cosas, juegos, audiovisuales. Todo lo que penséis que sea unirnos el norte y el sur a través del conocimiento será nuestro éxito. Así que ya he acabado mi tiempo. Siempre deciros que para mí es muy importante poner el conocimiento en acción, pero sobre todo muy importante la ciencia que abraza, el emprendedor que abraza, los inversores que escuchan, a los que queremos abrazar el mundo. Desearos muchísima suerte y bueno, espero que veros muchas veces y que todos tengáis muchos triunfos y que espero veros a todos en la lista Forbes para cambiar el mundo. Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Pilar. La verdad es que es un placer siempre escucharte y tenerte tan cerquita aquí en Valencia. Una suerte para nosotros. Bueno, mi nombre es Nacho Mas. Yo soy el CEO de Startup Valencia. Bueno, voy a estar también estos 2 días aquí con vosotros, junto con mi compañero Juan Luis, el resto del equipo y nuestra junta directiva. Y bueno, Juan Luis ha agradecido a todos nuestros partners y la gente que nos está apoyando desde el principio a la Asociación Valenciana de Startups. Y bueno, para nosotros es muy importante también todo el apoyo institucional que estamos recibiendo, cómo se están moviendo en las instituciones y en las administraciones públicas en los últimos años y especialmente en los últimos meses, todos los apoyos hacia nuestro sector de startups. Y de todo esto tiene mucha culpa un gran amigo nuestro también que tenemos aquí hoy con nosotros para darnos la bienvenida, que es Francisco Polo. Francisco Polo es el alto comisionado para la España Nación Emprendedora del Gobierno de España, que llevamos ya un tiempo trabajando con él y estamos encantados de tenerlo aquí. Francisco, cuando quieras. Gracias. Un aplauso para él. Empieza ahora. El tiempo empieza ahora.
Buenos días, bon dia a tots y a totes. Y lo primero que quería decir es, Pilar, qué difícil es hablar después de ti. Muchísimas gracias por tu ponencia y muchísimas gracias. Y como emprendedor social, que también estuve en esa brecha intentando hacer avanzar ese terreno, te quiero dar las gracias y te quiero dar mi reconocimiento. Quiero empezar, como se empiezan este tipo de cosas, primero es dando las gracias. En primer lugar, a Startup Valencia por organizar este evento. También quiero dar las gracias a la Generalitat Valenciana, al Ayuntamiento de Valencia y a todas las entidades públicas y privadas que habéis hecho posible en este encuentro. Mirad, yo también quiero hablar de cambiar esas estructuras, pero en un terreno completamente diferente o quizás no tan distinto. Y también quiero hacer un pequeño flashback. No me quiero ir a 5 años atrás, sino que me voy a ir solamente a 5 días atrás. Hace 5 días, el Gobierno de España aprobó por fin la Ley de Startups. La primera ley de startups de nuestro país. Un marco jurídico que va a situar a España como uno de los principales países de Europa para la atracción y para el desarrollo del emprendimiento innovador. Y que con toda seguridad nos va a convertir también en uno de los países más atractivos del mundo para el emprendimiento innovador. Pero antes de contaros en qué consiste esa ley, y que creo que habrá más intervenciones que nos podrán hablar más en profundidad, me gustaría también contaros cómo hemos llegado hasta ahí. Hace más de 4 años y medio tuve la suerte de tener una serie de conversaciones con el que hoy es el presidente del Gobierno. Y debatíamos precisamente sobre cómo cambiar esas estructuras. Y hablábamos de una estructura fundamental para nuestro país, que es nuestro modelo productivo, y que tanto sufrimiento había generado para tanta gente en la crisis del año 2008. Y que hay una serie de soluciones. Unas soluciones están en la educación para el largo plazo, en la ciencia, como muy bien explicaba Pilar, pero que había una nueva herramienta que todavía no habíamos puesto al servicio de la economía y que era absolutamente revolucionaria y que era el sector del emprendimiento innovador. Un sector que ya sabemos que es el que genera los mayores retornos de productividad en el corto plazo. Un sector que por sí mismo genera entre la mitad y 3/4 partes del empleo neto en los países avanzados. Un sector que además genera un 60% de empleos de carácter indefinido, contrastando con el tipo de empleo que mayoritariamente nos ocupa en España. Y sobre todo, un empleo que duplica en salarios al salario medio español. El salario medio en el sector del emprendimiento innovador es de 60.000 euros frente a la media española de 30.000 euros. Un sector que podría ayudar a transformar las bases productivas del país. Y por eso, en estos últimos años, hemos decidido y se han dado pasos tremendamente significativos para transformar el modelo productivo español. Y quiero señalar 4 cosas. La primera de ellas es la creación del alto comisionado que tengo el placer de liderar. Una institución, una startup que hemos creado en la presidencia del Gobierno para liderar los esfuerzos de nuestro país, para convertirlo en esa nación emprendedora que queremos ser, coordinando a todos los ministerios, creando una visión de largo plazo para nuestro país, sosteniéndola y haciendo que todos avancemos juntos, colaborando tanto el sector público como el sector privado. Pero no valía solamente con crear un órgano en la presidencia del Gobierno. Teníamos que crear algo que sabíamos que era absolutamente necesario. Necesitábamos un plan. Y por eso en febrero de este año presentamos la Estrategia España Nación Emprendedora. Una visión a 10 años con todos los elementos que debemos reunir para llegar a ser esa nación emprendedora. Definiendo los retos que debemos abordar, el reto de la inversión, del talento, de la escalabilidad, de convertir a la administración pública en un sector público emprendedor, en la necesidad de no solamente trabajar para el propio sector del emprendimiento innovador, sino en cómo podemos influir sobre los sectores tractores de nuestra economía y, sobre todo, introduciendo la posibilidad de que el sector del emprendimiento innovador sea un sector de impacto social. Y cómo puede contribuir a cerrar la brecha de género, la brecha territorial, la brecha socioeconómica y la brecha generacional. Eso es la Estrategia España Nación Emprendedora, el plan que tenemos para los próximos 10 años, con más de 50 medidas que van a pavimentar el camino hacia esa visión que tenemos. Pero no era suficiente un órgano de liderazgo, no era suficiente saber qué era lo que queríamos hacer, necesitábamos dotar a eso de la sangre que lo moviera, de los fondos. Y por eso trabajamos intensamente para que el plan de recuperación también recogiera a esa Estrategia España Nación Emprendedora. Hicimos los deberes y por primera vez en la historia contamos con más de 4.200 millones de euros destinados solamente a sentar las bases de la nación emprendedora. E hicimos más. Tradujimos esos presupuestos del plan de recuperación en presupuestos generales del Estado. Y en los presupuestos vigentes contamos ya con 1.800 millones para poner en marcha las primeras medidas de la estrategia. Y para el año que viene, para los presupuestos del año 2022, hemos incrementado el presupuesto en un 57%, superando los 2.700 millones de euros para las medidas ligadas a la España Nación Emprendedora. Nunca en la historia de nuestro país hemos visto un presupuesto de esta magnitud para poner las bases del país que queremos construir con el emprendimiento innovador a la cabeza. Y en último término, y lo más reciente, es a lo que me refería al principio de la intervención, la ley de startups. Un nuevo marco jurídico tremendamente deseado, tremendamente perseguido, que, como decía, va a ser una auténtica, no va a ser una mejora, va a ser una auténtica revolución para el emprendimiento innovador en nuestro país. Y que creo firmemente que nos va a situar como uno de los países con más potencial de Europa, con una de las mejores legislaciones de nuestro entorno más cercano y que en conjunto, tanto por las propiedades del país, las infraestructuras y también ahora por el marco jurídico, nos va a convertir en uno de los países más atractivos del mundo para el emprendimiento innovador. ¿Pero qué contiene esta ley que digo tanto y con tanto convencimiento que es revolucionaria? Medidas que son revolucionarias en la atracción del talento y de la inversión. En el talento, conseguimos introducir de nuevo una herramienta fundamental para atraer el talento que todavía no tenemos o retener el talento que queremos para nuestro país, como son las stock options. Y que, como habréis visto en la prensa, pasamos a tener uno de los regímenes más atractivos de Europa. Tenemos unas exenciones de 50.000 euros durante 10 años, suponiendo un total de 500.000 euros en acumulado, superando las cifras de países con regímenes de stock options tremendamente atractivos, como Reino Unido, que permite exenciones de 250.000 libras en 3 años. Y además, convertimos a la stock option en una herramienta útil porque realizamos el pago de los tributos en el momento en el que hay un evento de liquidez. La stock option vuelve a ser una herramienta para la atracción y la retención del talento para los emprendimientos innovadores. También hemos revolucionado el sistema de visados y de impatriados para nuestro país. Aumentamos el tiempo que un visado permite a un emprendedor o a un inversor quedarse en España, entrar en España para poder apoyar a nuestros emprendedores. Y también modificamos el régimen de impatriados para que estas personas que vienen a nuestro país puedan quedarse en nuestras empresas y formar parte de nuestro tejido productivo. Por ejemplo, hemos reducido la ventana de 10 años que existía para poder venir a España a 5 años para que muchas más personas tengan posibilidades de incorporarse a nuestro país y a nuestros emprendimientos innovadores. Pero también es una revolución en términos de inversión. Por primera vez en la historia de nuestro país, recogemos una figura que existía en todos los países de nuestro entorno, el carried interest, la posibilidad de los fondos de inversión y de las gestoras de fondos de inversión de verse recompensadas por los esfuerzos que hacen en los países. Recogemos la figura, con lo cual terminamos de una vez con la inseguridad jurídica y, por lo tanto, permitimos que más fondos de inversión, que más gestoras puedan venir a nuestro país y, por lo tanto, que los tengamos más cerca para conseguir más y mejor inversión para nuestros emprendimientos. Removemos barreras. Terminamos con la exigencia del NIE para poder realizar este tipo de inversiones. Y ahora solamente bastará con un régimen con un elemento mucho más ágil como es el NIF. O, por ejemplo, para nuestros business angels, conseguimos modificar el sistema de deducciones para esas primeras inversiones. Y ahí también el cambio es radical. Pasamos de una deducción del 30% al 50% y de 30.000 euros a 100.000 euros de deducción. El mejor sistema de Europa, el referente en términos de inversión para business angels, es el sistema 6 británico, el Seed Enterprise Investment System, que precisamente tiene una deducción del 50% sobre 100.000 libras. Nos equiparamos a uno de los mejores regímenes de nuestro entorno para business angels. Y además, introducimos la posibilidad de que sea el propio fundador el que también se pueda dar esta deducción y, en su caso, sin límite sobre el número de acciones que tenga sobre su empresa. Y ahora sí, también, en esa ley de startups contenía otras medidas que, sabiendo que España va a ser un foco de atracción de inversiones y de talento, vuelven a cobrar sentido. Ahora tiene mucho más sentido esa rebaja en la tributación de las empresas del 25 al 15%, porque vamos a tener más empresas que van a ser capaces de llegar al break-even en mucho menos tiempo. O la bonificación sobre la seguridad social, es decir, que no tengas que abandonar tu zona de confort para emprender, que puedas mantener tu trabajo y que puedas montar tu empresa y que no te cobren el doble por seguridad social. O la posibilidad de crear sandboxes y solicitar una licencia para poder realizar pruebas con tu emprendimiento disruptivo y evitar muchos de los sinsabores y muchas de las fricciones que hemos visto en los últimos años. O, por ejemplo, la estructuración, por fin, de la Oficina Nacional de Emprendimiento, el punto que va a ser el punto de acceso principal y fundamental para todas las ayudas y para toda la interacción con la administración pública. Como decía, esta ley es una absoluta revolución y que es un éxito colectivo. Y por eso quiero daros las gracias a todos y a todos vosotros y a todas vosotras. Quiero dar las gracias a Startup Valencia, quiero dar las gracias a Valencia Tech City, a Big Bang Angels. Quiero dar las gracias también a organizaciones como Barcelona Tech o Barcelona Global, a Chamberí Valley en Madrid, a South Summit, a Digital, a Ascri, a Evan, a Endeavor, y así hasta más de 70 organizaciones que desde el primer momento, desde el momento en que en mi anterior etapa lanzamos el proyecto de esta ley de startup, se sumaron para realizar contribuciones y tener la mejor ley de startups posible. Quiero también agradecer particularmente el papel de la Secretaria de Estado de Digitalización, Carme Artigas, por su trabajo, por haber continuado con esta labor. Y te quiero agradecer particularmente tus palabras en esta semana que ha sido tan dura, tan complicada y de tanto trabajo, cuando reconocías el valor de la firmeza del Alto Comisionado para llegar a buen puerto en los últimos días. También quiero agradecer el papel de todos los ministerios implicados. Han sido 9 ministerios, por eso ha sido tan complicado y ha llevado tanto tiempo, y por eso también ha salido tan bien. Pero particularmente quiero agradecer el papel del Ministerio de Asuntos Económicos y de Transformación Digital y particularmente a la vicepresidenta Nadia Calviño. Pero si a alguien también quiero reconocerle su gran esfuerzo y su papel decisivo en esta ley es al propio presidente del Gobierno. Una persona que, como os he explicado, ha tenido interés, ha tenido implicación desde el primer momento, desde hace muchos años, para transformar el modelo productivo de nuestro país. Y que en estos últimos meses, en estas últimas semanas, ha tenido un papel decisivo para sostener los argumentos y para sostener los criterios que iban a hacer de esta ley la ley absolutamente transformadora que está llamada a ser. Tenemos en el presidente del Gobierno el mejor aliado para hacer de España una nación emprendedora. Y ya termino. Hablabas, Pilar, de las cosas que ha hecho España y que no siempre valoramos, como por ejemplo ser capaz de erradicar la malaria en un momento de pobreza. Y yo quiero también volver a reivindicar esos momentos. Y me voy a ir no hace 5 años o hace 5 días, sino hace 500 años. Hace 500 años, este país creó el primer fondo de capital riesgo en forma de monedas de plata y se la dio a 2 emprendedores que decidieron dar la vuelta al mundo. Uno de ellos volvió y tuvo éxito, un español. Y esa vuelta al mundo significó un avance sin precedentes en nuestros conocimientos científicos y tecnológicos. Abrió nuevas rutas económicas y comerciales, pero supuso enormes avances en botánica y la creación de una primera historia universal. Sobre aquellos progresos científicos y tecnológicos conseguimos una prosperidad durante siglos para nuestro país. Desafortunadamente, nuestro país, a principios del siglo XX, decidió meterse en un cajoncito de la historia y dejar, como recordaréis esa frase, que inventen ellos. Sufrimos uno de los periodos más oscuros de nuestra historia. Y no fue hasta muy recientemente cuando empezamos a despojarnos de esas cargas del pasado, con esa transición a la democracia, pero ahora, con esta ley de startups y con este nuevo proyecto que tenemos para nuestro país, os pido que, por favor, entre todos, nos sacudamos de una vez todos los complejos del pasado y que seamos capaces de decirnos no solamente a nosotros mismos, sino capaces de reconocer que podemos volver a aportar muchas grandes soluciones al mundo precisamente a través de nuestras startups, de nuestras scale-ups, de nuestros emprendimientos sociales y de todo lo que hacéis personas como las que estáis hoy aquí. Os llamo a que entre todos y entre todas construyamos ahora sí la nación emprendedora de mayor impacto social de la historia. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Paco. Esperamos que esté pronto vigente la ley y la verdad es que todos los emprendedores estamos deseosos de verla. Ha nombrado Paco antes también que desde el Ayuntamiento de Valencia, desde la Generalitat Valenciana en sus diferentes áreas, entra aquí ahora el conseller también, bienvenido, se nos está apoyando y se está trabajando en desarrollar este ecosistema emprendedor, estas startups y estos proyectos de tecnología. Entonces, bueno, para hablar de esto tenemos ahora de nuevo a nuestro presidente Juan Luis Hortelano, que va a moderar a Carolina Pascual. Carolina Pascual es la consellera de Innovación, Universidades y Sociedad Digital de la Generalitat Valenciana. ¿Se quieres ir subiendo, por favor? Y también vamos a tener a Pilar Bernabé. Pilar Bernabé es teniente de alcalde y coordinadora general del área de desarrollo innovador de los sectores económicos y empleo del Ayuntamiento de Valencia. Nada, muchas gracias por estar aquí y un fuerte aplauso para ellas.
Hola, gracias Nacho y gracias por estar aquí, Pilar, Carolina, gracias por vuestro apoyo al evento. La verdad es que aunque ya pasó un ratito y como decía Paco, hablar después de la charla de Pilar, que además creo que es, se lo comentaba Paco, ¿no? Viendo el título Inspiring the Good Future es el ejemplo perfecto, ¿no? de inspirarnos para un futuro mejor, ¿no? Y creo que la charla ha sido tremenda, inspiradora para los que no la conocían, no la conocíamos tan a fondo. La verdad es que creo que es un lujo tener a alguien aquí en Valencia que pueda abrir un evento como este, ¿no? Y bueno, quería preguntaros, y justamente voy a empezar contigo, Carolina, quería preguntarte, ¿cuáles son los ejes principales de la estrategia de investigación e innovación en la Comunidad Valenciana?
Bueno, buenos días a todos y, bueno, en primer lugar me gustaría dar las gracias por la invitación, por poder tener la oportunidad de charlar aquí un ratito con vosotros y comentaros pues cuáles son nuestras líneas, nuestra visión desde la Generalitat Valenciana y desde la Consellería de Innovación. Las competencias que yo tengo en la Consellería unen precisamente estos dos conceptos que estás indicando, la parte investigadora, la parte de innovación. Y, bueno, pues creo que ya ha comentado algo Pilar en su magnífica charla. Si para algo nos ha servido la pandemia, dentro de todas las circunstancias tan terribles que hemos vivido, pues es para que se ponga de manifiesto, sobre todo de cara a la sociedad, la gran importancia que tiene la ciencia y la investigación en el mundo. Es importante porque tiene que haber una investigación básica sin la cual el conocimiento no va a llegar a la empresa, no va a llegar a la sociedad. Entonces, una de las patas principales en la Consellería sería precisamente esa parte de atracción de talento, de grandes investigadores. Y me gustaría destacar entre todas las iniciativas que tenemos, que son muchas y sería imposible ponerme a entrar al detalle en cada uno de los programas, pero sí que me gustaría contar uno que es muy bonito y que es el Plan Gente, que lleva ya 3 años funcionando, que pretende precisamente el atraer, el captar a investigadores excelentes que en un momento determinado pues marcharon al extranjero, marcharon fuera de España porque no tenían unas condiciones para poder desarrollar su carrera científica e investigadora desde un alto nivel y con unas buenas condiciones económicas aquí en España y en concreto en la Comunidad Valenciana. Y precisamente lo que queremos es que vuelvan, el ofrecerle unas condiciones en las cuales tengan la posibilidad de establecer sus carreras aquí, de retornar y de traer su talento, su buen hacer y toda su labor investigadora de alto nivel aquí a la Comunidad Valenciana. En concreto, este plan, como digo, lleva 3 años funcionando. Ha conseguido atraer a 100 investigadores a la comunidad, de los cuales pues 6 de ellos están involucrados con el European Research Council y esto implica pues, que traen todavía más recursos económicos, sus propios equipos y fortalecen ese sistema investigador, ¿no? En concreto, este año pues, tenemos 12,5 millones destinado a este programa Gente. Esa sería la parte del talento. Luego, por otra parte, creo que es importante y está relacionado con la parte de innovación, que muchas veces hablamos de investigación y de ciencia básica y estamos pensando en algo como de muy alto nivel que está desconectado, que hasta cierto punto nos da la sensación de que tiene desconexión con el mundo de la empresa, con la innovación, con el terreno de calle, a pie de calle, con la realidad de las cosas, ¿no? Y eso no puede pasar, porque está claro que tiene que haber una investigación, una ciencia básica, pero eso tiene que aterrizar de alguna manera. Y si no somos capaces de transferir ese conocimiento y todo ese buen hacer y esas altas investigaciones que se hacen a algo que sea de utilidad, algo que tenga una repercusión, un impacto en la empresa, pues en realidad no estamos haciendo nada porque no estamos dinamizando el sector económico y por lo tanto no estamos llegando al objetivo tal cual tenemos que hacerlo, ¿no? Entonces, en ese sentido, pues es verdad que tenemos que generar o contribuir a generar la forma de que esa investigación realmente se materialice y se haga algo concreto en una empresa, ¿no? Para ello, pues hemos lanzado recientemente otra institución que es Valer, que es pues una institución que pretende, como complemento a ese plan Gente, el permitir que investigadores se puedan establecer y puedan no solamente inicialmente atraerlos, sino que puedan consolidar su trabajo aquí. Y sobre todo, pensando mucho ya en la aplicación práctica y en esa transferencia de conocimiento que estoy comentando. Es decir, que se puedan generar patentes, que realmente pensemos en esa transferencia de conocimiento como un objetivo ya muy concreto. Y además me gustaría también comentar pues, otra iniciativa que hemos lanzado también hace poco, que es ICAR, que es el Centro de Investigación de Excelencia en Envejecimiento, que precisamente pues lo que hace es fijar el foco de atención en la parte de investigación biomédica y de pues aplicación de nuevas tecnologías al estudio del envejecimiento de las personas, que creo que bueno, pues es de gran interés para todos, pero probablemente aquí en la Comunidad Valenciana, pues no solamente por el envejecimiento de la población, que eso es algo común a todo el país, pero es cierto que por las condiciones que tenemos, pues hay una gran cantidad de personas que vienen a pasar la última etapa de su vida aquí en la Comunidad Valenciana y por lo tanto pues todavía, además de la parte investigadora, pues puede tener un impacto mayor incluso de aplicación directa, ¿no? En realidad estoy hablando todo el rato de dos niveles, dos velocidades, no estoy hablando de una velocidad y un recorrido más de medio largo y otra de corto plazo, en el cual tenemos que tener resultados ya concretos y que aterricen las cosas, ¿no? Podría hablar también del tema de Indrómeda, en el que pues, lo que se pretende es realizar la transformación o incluir la transformación digital, pero no solo transformación digital, porque cuando hablamos de transformación digital parece que estemos hablando solamente de la parte tecnológica y no me estoy refiriendo solo a eso, aunque también, sino la inclusión de la innovación en el tejido productivo. Es decir, un cambio estructural en lo que es el modelo económico que nosotros tenemos, que tiene que producirse ya y que involucra muchos aspectos, entre ellos un cambio en la cultura también que tenga en cuenta esa parte de emprendimiento, por ejemplo, ¿no? Que a lo mejor pues, ha estado un poquito más olvidada o no se le ha puesto tanto el foco como ahora. En definitiva, que hay muchas iniciativas por nuestra parte. Probablemente estas sean las que me gustaría destacar más, pero que, como digo, y por resumir un poco, tendríamos que poner el foco en el talento, en la transferencia de conocimiento de esa investigación de alto impacto que se hace y, desde luego, en la vertebración del territorio para que a lo largo de toda la comunidad tenga una repercusión y, sobre todo, en la colaboración público-privada. De hecho, no lo he comentado, pero estas dos iniciativas, Valere y CAR, es a través de una colaboración público-privada en la que hay una parte importante de presencia del tejido productivo y de las empresas.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. La verdad es que tiene muy buena pinta y hoy que tenemos aquí muchas startups, yo creo que uno de sus principales retos es justamente atraer el talento. Que vuelva ese talento, no solo investigadores, sino gente, ingenieros, trabajadores que también se fueron como los investigadores fuera, que están trabajando en los Google, en los Facebook y que creo que podemos empezar a atraer y ya está sucediendo. Ya estamos viendo startups que empiezan a poder contratar a gente que en su día no pudieron y que se fueron fuera, ¿no? Yo creo que es uno de los retos también del sector en este caso.
Sí, de hecho, además, esa atracción de talento tiene que ir muy acompasada de la formación, pero no una formación, me estoy refiriendo al conocimiento en general, porque tenemos a lo mejor la mente más en un sentido más conservador, más clásico, de una formación muy lineal en la cual pues, seguimos una serie de estudios, etcétera, pero las necesidades formativas que se requieren hoy en día son de un gran dinamismo y necesitamos una formación continua, permanente. Hay que escuchar a las empresas, saber qué es lo que necesitan, porque si no hay un desajuste entre la oferta y la demanda de ese talento que necesitan. Necesitamos escuchar qué es lo que necesitan, qué tipo de perfiles, cómo se tiene qué necesidades, cómo se tienen que formar. Es muy dinámico, es muy rápido, el mundo es muy cambiante y tenemos que propiciar que esa formación sea continuada, esté actualizada, sea muy dinámica, sea en tiempo real y que realmente pues, dé solución a las necesidades reales de las empresas, porque si no, no estamos haciéndolo correctamente, ¿no? Es importante esto de la formación que comentas, sí.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Pues bueno, voy contigo, Pilar. La implicación del ayuntamiento primero por ayudar a que estemos hoy aquí en este evento y con todo el ecosistema es muy evidente, y una muestra y un compromiso vuestro es también la creación de Valencia Tech City, con la que tratamos de conectar a todos los agentes, ¿no? ¿Qué balance nos puedes hacer de la actividad de la plataforma en todo este tiempo?
Bueno, en primer lugar, muchas gracias por invitarnos a participar hoy aquí y me vais a permitir también que como concejala de esta ciudad pues le dé la bienvenida a muchas personas, a muchos participantes que hoy han querido ver en Valencia, y con eso ya enlazo con nuestros objetivos y con nuestras prioridades, encuentran en Valencia ese lugar, esa ciudad referente también en el emprendimiento innovador, que va totalmente ligado con nuestros objetivos. Y como el día va de inspirar, ¿no? y por eso está el lema de este evento, de la inspiración, yo creo que antes también las palabras de Paco Polo, cuando habla de la España, nación emprendedora, es la inspiración también de esa plataforma de la que hablamos, de Valencia Tech City, que pretende precisamente servir de marco general para todo el ecosistema emprendedor innovador valenciano de nuestra ciudad, que pretende referenciar el territorio, que pretende referenciar la ciudad como un hub tecnológico, que pretende que se dé esa transmisión de conocimiento, que se visibilice el talento valenciano, que va muy ligado también con el espíritu del Digital Summit, ¿no? Que es en realidad poner en valor el talento, atraer también talento a esta ciudad, posicionar esta ciudad y hacerlo, yo creo que de la mejor manera que se pueden hacer las cosas y las que suponen al final la garantía de éxito, que es en colaboración público-privada. Yo creo que es muy importante que las administraciones seamos capaces de trabajar en red y de forma colaborativa con el sector privado, con las empresas, con las entidades privadas. ¿Por qué? Porque con ello, desde luego, vamos a tener la capacidad de llegar a donde no podemos llegar unos y otros, y eso en realidad es Valencia Tech City. Hoy por hoy en Valencia Tech City están todas las administraciones, están todas las universidades, por supuesto, los colegios profesionales, los institutos tecnológicos, por supuesto está Startup Valencia, como no podía ser de otra manera. También estamos dando ya paso también a las empresas, a las entidades que se van a incorporar, que se van incorporando precisamente con esa voluntad de tener una marca paraguas que nos pueda un poco representar a todos en todos los ámbitos, pero sobre todo que nos sirva para referenciar el nombre de Valencia. Y yo creo que en esto también es importante poner en valor una parte que tiene que ver con nuestro trabajo en Valencia Tech City, con los objetivos que va de visibilizar, y hay que hacerlo también con los eventos. Yo creo que el evento del Digital Summit, del Valencia Digital Summit, es el mejor ejemplo de cómo podemos poner en valor todo el talento del ecosistema, cómo podemos alcanzar esa transmisión. Y yo quiero también aprovechar la ocasión que me permitís y que me ofrecéis para mantener o anunciar y mantener ese compromiso, por lo menos de la administración local, pero también del resto de administraciones, con un evento que es el evento de esta ciudad. Yo creo que es importante que trabajemos todo el ecosistema innovador valenciano precisamente en seguir este ritmo de crecimiento que tiene, por ejemplo, el Digital Summit, que es un poco el reflejo de cómo está también el ecosistema en la ciudad, de cómo está creciendo, de cómo se está posicionando y de cómo esa relación que nosotros estamos desarrollando de la colaboración público-privada está llegando también a un punto de excelencia como estamos viendo. Yo creo que esta parte es absolutamente imprescindible. Ahí estamos trabajando algo que seguramente podremos hablar ahora también, y que hablaba antes Paco Polo, que tiene que ver con las brechas de género que también se están dando. Pero yo creo que es sobre todo la capacidad, y en eso es la esencia de Valencia Tech City, la capacidad de poner en valor todo el talento valenciano, de ponernos a trabajar todos de forma organizada y coordinada, precisamente como decía antes Paco, para ser de verdad un territorio emprendedor, una ciudad emprendedora, que ese es el objetivo de esta ciudad.
Muchas gracias, Pilar. Pues bueno, un aplauso. Tenemos la pantalla en rojo y nos dicen que se nos
Pero cuando
acaba el
yo he
tiempo.
empezado ya estaba en rojo,
ya estaba en rojo.
así que yo no me he dado por aludida.
Y he visto a Nacho por ahí ya amenazando, entonces vamos a hacer una cosa. Me quedaban un par de preguntas para cada una de vosotros, pero os voy a emplazar para el año 2022. No sé si en este mismo lugar o en otro.
Igual tenemos que hacer 3 o 4 días.
Igual hay que, sí, exacto. Os emplazo para el año que viene. Continuamos hablando sobre el tema y damos paso a Nacho porque estamos fuera de tiempo. Así que nada.
Muy
gracias,
bien,
Carolina.
encantada.
Gracias, Pilar, por
Gracias
estar
a
aquí.
vosotros.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Hola, ahora sí. Bueno, pues muchas gracias Pilar, Carolina y Juan Luis. Y bueno, como decíamos, un poco fuera de tiempo ya, están empezando también contenidos en otros escenarios. Y bueno, sin mucho más preámbulo, también Paco Polo nombraba a la Secretaría de Estado de Digitalización e Inteligencia Artificial del Ministerio de Economía del Gobierno de España, Carme Artigas. Y nada, para nosotros es un placer tenerla aquí. Y que nos pueda contar también lo que están haciendo desde el Ministerio y desde su Secretaría de Estado. Y nada, Karma, cuando quieras, un aplauso para ella, por favor.
Hola, buen día a tothom, muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Para mí es un placer tener la gran oportunidad de formar parte de este evento, de esta edición 2021 del Digital Summit y daros la bienvenida a todos los presentes pues, a este evento que ya es el evento de referencia imprescindible en el calendario de todos los emprendedores y emprendedoras de nuestro país. Quiero compartir la ilusión que ya transmitía el alto comisionado por el día que estoy, ¿no? Esa confluencia de ciencia, de impacto, de instituciones públicas y privadas, de emprendimiento, de ideas y de transformación de país, porque estamos convencidos que estamos marcando un antes y un después en la manera de crear el clima favorable para el emprendimiento y para atracción de la inversión y el talento para España. Y espacios como este Summit, con nuestra trayectoria ya tan consolidada, son sin duda alguna espacios fundamentales para continuar avanzando y construir entre todos la España emprendedora e innovadora que todos queremos. Y por eso agradecer, sobre todo a Startup Valencia, su compromiso por impulsar este evento de estas características y por mantener este vibrante ecosistema en la Comunidad de Valencia. Como todos sabéis, nos encontramos ante un momento decisivo en la construcción de nuestro país y entre retos y enormes oportunidades para el progreso económico y social como gran motor de cambio. El 2021 marcará sin duda un antes y un después en el impulso hacia la transformación digital de España. Y es un año decisivo que recordaremos todos, para mí, como ese pistoletazo de salida a la recuperación económica, que sin duda alguna es una recuperación económica en clave digital y en clave verde. Un proyecto de país comprometido y ambicioso en el que la digitalización es casi una cuestión de Estado, que está destinada a impulsar el cambio en un modelo nuevo, económico y productivo, más resiliente, más competitivo y a la vez más justo. Por lo tanto, es una apuesta de país por liderar una revolución digital imparable en la que la innovación y el talento se erigen como dos ejes clave. Y España tiene todo a favor para convertirse en una referencia mundial de transformación digital exitosa e inclusiva, en la que el impacto de la realidad social del país se base en un tejido emprendedor, moderno y competitivo, y que cuenta con la voluntad política de un gobierno comprometido con esa vocación transformadora imprescindible para hacer de nuestro país un hub de referencia en innovación a nivel global y apostar, por tanto, por un crecimiento que sea a la vez inteligente, estratégico, sostenible, en clave digital y en clave verde. Y esa es una oportunidad única que nos brinda la llegada de los fondos de recuperación, transformación y resiliencia, del que España, como sabéis, ha sido el primer país en tener el plan aprobado, el que ha tenido mejor puntuación y el primer país donde ya ha tenido el compromiso de las primeras transferencias de 10.000 millones de euros. Cuando el plan de recuperación ya se está ejecutando en España en el 2021. Y estamos aprovechando ese plan de recuperación para impulsar esos compromisos que teníamos en la Agenda España Digital 2025 y en la Estrategia España Nación Emprendedora que ha comentado ya el alto comisionado. Y por lo tanto estamos desplegando esos proyectos ambiciosos, transformadores, que ya son una realidad, porque no queremos volver a la situación prepandémica. Queremos salir de esta pandemia en una posición distinta, mejor posicionados, más resilientes y, por lo tanto, en la posición de salida para llevar a cabo en nuestro país los cambios no de puro rebote coyuntural, sino estructurales, de calados a largo plazo, que este país necesita para cambiar su modelo económico, productivo y también social. Y el emprendimiento es la pieza clave en todo este proceso. Y estamos trabajando, como hemos visto durante todo este año, junto con el sector privado, para hacer de España un auténtico hub de talento y emprendimiento. A medida hablamos de las grandes infraestructuras tecnológicas de nuestro país, pues bien, son importantes, pero no son únicamente necesarias. Debemos construir encima de esas grandes redes de comunicaciones, de esta gran conectividad que nos pone en una posición de liderazgo absoluto en Europa, esas dos grandes infraestructuras que nuestro país también necesita, que es la infraestructura del talento y la infraestructura de la innovación y el emprendimiento. Y para ello necesitamos afrontar retos que hoy en día tiene el ecosistema emprendedor y las startups. En primer lugar, su aún tardanza en madurar. El 56% de las startups solo se encuentran en fase temprana y hay solamente un 24% en clase de crecimiento y expansión, lo que llamamos las scale-ups. En segundo lugar, la desigual distribución del capital riesgo entre empresas de las distintas fases. En España, el 60% del capital riesgo está solo en la fase de semilla y le siguen un 32% en fase intermedia, pero solo un 8% en la fase de crecimiento y expansión scale-up. Y en tercer lugar, la dificultad para conseguir ingresos fuera de España, a pesar de que la mayoría de las startups tienen una proyección internacional, un 80%, solo el 37% generan ingresos fuera de nuestras fronteras. Y por último, resulta necesario abordar la cuestión de igualdad de género en la creación de startups, ya que solo el 15% de las startups españolas han sido fundadas por mujeres. La buena noticia es que en 2021 ya hemos puesto en marcha proyectos de país que nos están permitiendo afrontar esos retos. Proyectos como el lanzamiento del Fondo Público-Privado Nextec con 4.000 millones de inversión público-privada para las scale-ups, para que las startups que están haciendo hoy puedan encontrar en nuestro país toda la inversión necesaria para poder crecer y escalar en nuestro país y convertirnos, ¿por qué no?, en unicornios europeos desde España. Proyectos que van a movilizar inversión en lo que llamamos las tecnologías Deep Tech y Deep Science, es decir, tecnologías de alto impacto tecnológico y científico. También el plan INCIBE Emprende, con 191 millones de euros, para apoyar el nacimiento de un sector de la ciberseguridad potente en nuestro país y emprendimiento y startups para consolidar una industria nacional tan importante también en estos momentos como es garantizar la ciberseguridad de ciudadanos y empresas a medida que vamos ampliando el perímetro del alcance de la digitalización. O la línea ENISA de financiación de proyectos emprendedores liderados por mujeres con 51 millones de euros, que me estaban dando justamente ahora el dato que solamente en 3 meses de funcionamiento ya hemos concedido préstamos participativos a 43 proyectos por más de 4 millones de euros. Por lo tanto, eso es una realidad que ya está en marcha y, por supuesto, el gran hito importante, que no es una inversión, sino es una gran reforma, que es la ley de startups. No voy a entrar en el detalle que ha contado de manera excelente el alto comisionado, sino el impacto que esta ley tiene para cambiar el clima de negocios en España. Es una ley imprescindible que estaba esperando el sector, única a nivel europeo, define por primera vez las startups como una categoría propia de empresas, con unas condiciones únicas a las que debemos ayudar en eliminar esas barreras de entrada. Que ser emprendedor en España ya no sea un héroe, no tengas que ser un héroe o una heroína para emprender y que tengas que eliminar todas esas barreras para el emprendimiento, sino que se lo pongamos fácil. Un objetivo que pasa por modernizar la actual legislación, reconocer la seguridad de las empresas, eliminar, por supuesto, las trabas burocráticas, fomentar ayudas a los emprendedores, a sus trabajadores, a la atracción del talento y a los inversores, medidas fiscales, sociales y de fomento. Y, por lo tanto, ese clima de negocios que también va a estar complementado por otras dos leyes, que son la Ley Crea y Crece y la Ley de Morosidad. Con todo ello, lo que queremos es cambiar ese espacio en España y convertirnos en nuestro país en una posición de liderazgo absoluto, siendo un país que ya era atractivo para los emprendedores, porque el talento siempre llama al talento, y cuando vas por aquí en Valencia te das cuenta de que ese ecosistema, desde el distrito digital a todos los espacios donde hay emprendimiento, el talento llama al talento sin duda alguna, y si hemos conseguido llegar a 10.000 empresas startups este año y que España supere por primera vez los 3.000 millones de inversión de startups en un clima desfavorable, ¿qué no puede ocurrir, Paco, cuando pongamos las cosas un poco más fáciles? Cuando estamos convencidos que eso va a ocurrir, que eso va a marcar un antes y un después. Quiero agradecer el enorme trabajo que han hecho todos los ministerios y también los equipos técnicos. Detrás de una ley hay muchísimas horas de trabajo de los equipos técnicos, jurídicos, de todos los ministerios involucrados. Solo deciros que hasta hace una semana llevábamos 50 versiones de la ley y solo en la última semana hemos añadido 16 versiones más, solo para deciros también ese nivel de ambición que, como comentaba Paco, ha estado inspirado en primer lugar por el presidente del Gobierno, por la vicepresidenta, ese trabajo ahí de insistencia, de tozudez que yo le reconocí a Paco y que nosotros hemos estado también ahí trabajando, impulsando, Manolo de la Rocha, gente de todo el ámbito del Gobierno, no quiero dejarme a nadie, pero es un trabajo colectivo y sobre todo el impulso que nos habéis dado el ecosistema empresarial, que nos habéis exigido que fuéramos más ambiciosos y que desde la primera consulta pública y luego la segunda y esta modificación yo creo que a nadie se le escapa el gran avance que hemos hecho. Y por tanto este Gobierno va a conseguir resultados distintos porque está haciendo cosas distintas y de manera distinta. Y la manera en que estamos haciendo cosas distintas es porque estamos escuchando a todo el mundo y haciendo al sector público o privado, a los agentes sociales y económicos, partícipes de nuestros proyectos, porque son proyectos de país cuyo impacto no va a tener lugar en una legislatura, sino incluso a 5, 10 y 15 años, pero que si no los hacemos los que estamos ahora aquí, no van a ocurrir nunca. Por lo tanto, yo no quiero despedirme sin agradecer de nuevo a Startup Valencia la invitación de participar e inaugurar esta Digital Summit 2021, con el convencimiento que estamos haciendo historia, con el convencimiento de que España hoy empresa una era, una década digital sin precedentes y que vamos a convertir todos los activos que ya se nos reconocen a nuestro país, los vamos a poner a disposición del emprendimiento, del talento, para ser un país que atraiga talento, pero que también lo retenga, porque las personas tan innovadoras como Pilar Mateo y tan inteligentes como los que estáis aquí, podáis encontrar en nuestro país el lugar adecuado para desarrollaros y crecer. Una España moderna, más sostenible y más inclusiva que estamos construyendo gracias al talento y al compromiso de todos, y estoy segura que no vamos a dejar perder esta gran oportunidad. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Karma, por haber venido y por haber finalizado, como se decía, el trabajo que se empezó hace unos años ya con el desarrollo de esta ley, que esperemos que pronto esté vigente y la podamos aprovechar los emprendedores, como decía antes. Bueno, ya para finalizar este pequeño bloque institucional que hemos montado ahora para iniciar el evento, pues tenemos con nosotros al representante de la primera entidad pública que apostó fuerte por Valencia Digital Summit allá en 2018, que fue IBACE. IBACE es una entidad que pertenece a la Consellería de Economía Sostenible y Sectores Productivos, y tenemos hoy con nosotros al conseller Rafa Climent para también dedicarnos unas palabras. Gracias, Rafa. Un aplauso para él.
Juan Luis Hortelano, presidente de la Asociación Valenciana de Startups, Carolina Pascual, honorable consellera de Innovación, Universidades, Ciencia y Sociedad Digital, Carme Artigas, secretaria de Estado de Digitalización e Inteligencia Artificial, amigos y amigas, muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Para la Consellería de Economía Sostenible, Sectores Productivos, Comercio y Trabajo, es un honor acompañarles y participar en la 4ª edición de la Valencia Digital Summit 2021, el evento tecnológico de referencia en la Comunidad Valenciana, en el Estado y yo diría que fuera de nuestras fronteras. Un encuentro que proyecta a la Comunidad Valenciana, que fortalece nuestro sistema valenciano de emprendimiento digital y tecnológico y que sin duda es una herramienta fabulosa para atraer y retener talento e inversión. Alicientes, yo diría, más que suficientes para formar parte de esta celebración donde, desde la Unidad Internacional del IBACE, en colaboración con Startup Valencia, hemos organizado una misión inversa para esta 4ª edición del Valencia Digital Summit 2021 y que creo que tenemos que poner en valor. Hemos invitado a 15 inversores y fundadores de startups, referentes internacionales en los ecosistemas de empresas innovadoras y tecnológicas de Luxemburgo, Reino Unido, Alemania, Irlanda, Estonia, Francia y Portugal, para que hagan networking con las startups valencianas que participan en este encuentro. También una participación que se completa con un stand de Seimet, diría que es la mayor red mundial de apoyo a empresas liderada por el IBACE en la Comunidad Valenciana, con el fin de mejorar la competitividad de las pymes mediante la internacionalización, la innovación y la cooperación tecnológica y empresarial, y con la coordinación de una mesa redonda donde intervendrán las Skylabs, ganadoras de las 4 ediciones de este programa europeo organizado por el Instituto Valenciano de Competitividad. Entendemos que contamos con los suficientes datos para poder afirmar que tenemos en nuestro territorio un ecosistema emprendedor e innovador maduro y con experiencia formado por más de 1.300 empresas y entidades. Un ecosistema que, según el informe anual del Observatorio de las Startups de la Comunidad Valenciana, ha experimentado un notable crecimiento respecto al 2020, no solo en número de empresas, sino también en organizaciones, administraciones, instituciones educativas, aceleradoras, coworkings, que las permiten crecer y consolidarse. Desde la Consellería de Economía Sostenible y, concretamente, desde el IBACE, creemos que el emprendimiento innovador es uno de los instrumentos para reactivar y lograr la recuperación económica de las empresas en nuestro territorio, además tan castigadas por la pandemia. Una pandemia que ha supuesto un reto para el sector tecnológico y que ha llevado a las empresas y a la Administración a trabajar para que la tecnología y la digitalización ayuden a superar el complicado momento que se ha vivido tanto a nivel social como económico. Desde el Instituto Valenciano de Competitividad Empresarial apoyamos desde el primer momento el emprendimiento innovador con acciones que ayudan a recuperar valores como la iniciativa, el compromiso, el riesgo o la autonomía, y reivindicando el papel de los empresarios y las empresarias, y en definitiva el de las personas emprendedoras como motores fundamentales de la generación de riqueza y bienestar en nuestra sociedad. Lideramos la transición de las pymes hacia una economía más digital y sostenible. Apostamos por la creación y apoyo a las nuevas empresas tecnológicas como motor de empleo y como transmisoras de las nuevas tecnologías hacia los sectores productivos. Impulsamos la modernización de aquellas empresas que no han nacido digitales, pero que requieren de las nuevas tecnologías digitales que desarrollan las startups. Y lo hacemos con las ayudas que incluye el plan de I+D+I empresarial del Instituto Valenciano de Competitividad, que para el próximo año dispondrá de 23,5 millones de euros de presupuesto y cuyas convocatorias tenemos previsto lanzar antes de que finalice este año. Acciones todas ellas encaminadas a potenciar y consolidar una fuerte red de infraestructuras y conocimiento y a promover la cultura de la innovación en las empresas y, cómo no, su integración en la estrategia y gestión empresarial. Y no me gustaría finalizar sin dar mi más sincera enhorabuena a Startup Valencia, la Asociación Valenciana del Ecosistema Emprendedor, por este evento que tanta vida da a la ciudad de Valencia y que ayuda a dar un gran impulso a nuestra economía. Muchas gracias y simplemente desearles un excelente Digital Summit. Buenos días.
I'm Joe Haslam, I'm a professor at IE Business School, and until 2 minutes ago I was just sitting there, and then I heard I was expecting to come on later. But we're now going to have a musical interlude by robots, so it makes me extremely happy to think that we're going to have robots, because nothing can ever possibly go wrong for musical. Oh, Juan, you're here as well. How are you? Okay. Anyway, you have 2 people rather than 1. Okay, so I'm told we're going to get music from robots. Yeah, is that what's going to happen? Okay, so maybe if I stop talking, music will come. Or maybe not. It's moving. It's moving. Okay, somebody likes this. Okay. People who like craft work maybe could have used to this kind of thing, or I don't know what's going to happen. I thought robots make cars and things like that. I wasn't aware that they did music.
You may have noticed we changed to English, right?
Yeah, I know. I don't know what language I'm talking half the time. Anyway, right. So it doesn't appear to be any. Oh, there's a bass guitar picking up. Okay. So I don't know what they're going to play. Maybe it's Mariah Carey. I guess this time of year everyone plays Mariah Carey. You can't go into a shop without hearing Mariah Carey. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, it's moving, moving, moving. Okay. Okay. Okay, I don't think there's any more. She's taking off the guitar, so I think that's it. Okay, that was kind of extraordinary. I don't know exactly how or why, but it was kind of extraordinary. I know, I'm always slow to criticize things I'm completely unable to do, and I have no idea how difficult that was or anything. Anyway, so what happens now? What are we going to do now?
Now, first, I want to welcome Joe. Joe will be our master of ceremonies today. He will be running. I will leave the stage now. You won't hear me in the whole day.
Yeah, and tomorrow as well, actually.
Yeah,
2 days.
Yeah.
So, no excuses not to come back.
And Joe is really a well-known person in the ecosystem. He really knows everyone around that. We wanted to have someone that really speaks good English, as most of you know.
Thanks a lot. That's the only thing I do. I speak English. Someone find
has a really nice
English who can breathe, you know.
Irish accent.
Okay.
You have to hear him speak Spanish. It's really funny. But yeah, just want to welcome him. We are really out of time already with a lot of delay. But after this institutional welcome, we just will start with all the panels. Again, as I said before, thank you for being here. Hope you enjoy the event during the 2 days, and just leave you with Joe. He will start presenting all the panels, and thank you again. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Juan Luis. I mean, after the robots, it's, you know, dealing with people should be very easy. Okay. So, yeah, so it's great to be here. It's great to be back in Valencia. I've lived in Spain for 15 years, so I'm not one of these scary foreigners who's just going to come in and say, oh, Spain is great. Like, it's like, actually, I've been here for a long time. Now, according to the schedule, there should be a panel coming up. So at this stage, you look at your stage manager and you go, shouldn't people be appearing? Because I have no idea what's happening now. So anyway, I maybe should have asked this before I came on, but I always sort of just come on and start talking. And then something happens magically. So what is going to happen? Do we not have Andre, Anna, and Juan? Okay, they're getting mic'd up. Okay, so that's great. So then I have to do what's called filler, okay? So filler. So anyway, so apparently I got a message in the chat this morning, and this is sort of one of those things where, like the funny foreigner, people sort of send jokes and wonder, are you clever enough to sort of spot that this is a joke? So what came in the chat this morning was, tell the people not to take pictures with flashes because it scares the fish. So I don't know whether that's a sort of like, I'm supposed to be clever enough to think that they're just, you know, making a joke or not, but apparently it does scare the fish. By the way, the pronouns of the fish are them, they, and its. I don't know, by the way, there's sharks, which I think is very appropriate for an investor climate. Nothing like having some sharks behind you. But yeah, it's pretty incredible. I went diving in the Red Sea once, and it's kind of like that. I guess it is. I didn't go that deep. That's the thing about diving. You know, it's really hard to get down. Maybe someone will appear at some stage during the day and start scrubbing. How are we doing, by the way, on the old stage manager front? I don't think I can ad-lib here forever and ever and ever. Listen, basically, anyone whose name is Andrew, Anna, or Juan is welcome to come on stage, because at this stage we'll take anyone that has those names. Okay, how are we doing? Okay, there's all sorts of like stuff going on there. Okay, anyway, so whatever else, what else do we want to say? Okay, I don't think there are any more politicians coming. I don't know whether Paco and Carmen are gone. They're probably gone. Oh, they are here. Wow. Don't you have a country to run or something like that? No? Yeah. It's like, but anyway, you're good enough to stay. But well done on all the work you've done for the startup law. You know, I know like that's, I mean, we can kind of make a joke of it here, but it is quite extraordinary how long it takes, how many meetings, how many, you know, people change jobs, people tell you things they need, you have to write them all down, you have to go into a budget guy who has to say how much it costs. It's a lot of work. So, I mean, you know, you should feel very, very proud of what you've managed to achieve in that respect. I mean, certainly the reviews of it in TechCrunch and NovoBrief and all these places were saying, finally, we have the things we need. So in that respect, well done, and, you know, you should feel very good on what you've achieved. So, right, I guess I could talk about the highlights of the day. So, our first panel is going to be, is going to have Andrew, who's does Chorify. So that's all about like heart and aneurysms. You might have noticed all of these footballers who were like falling down and things like that. So he knows all about, you can ask him all those kinds of questions. Whatever else is going, then Anna does like brain stuff, apparently. You know, they put like funny caps on people's heads and they do all these kind of brain waves and they work out about Alzheimer's and those kind of things. And then finally, Juan Cartagena, what they do is they do some sort of like making old people live longer, which actually in Spain isn't a big problem because Spain is one of the highest, like, you know, old people seem to live forever. So in that sense, that's what they're going to do. So that's going to be their panel. And then after that, we have some VCs. We have people from CIA who are, you know, have done all of those kind of Glovo, and they've done behind an awful lot of the unicorns. They've been the investors there. And then Ardara, who also will be coming, they do a lot of the IP investments. They do an awful lot of companies. I guess their big one was Alienware, which was a big security company which they sold. And they're going to bring some entrepreneurs with them. So it's going to have this very interesting dynamic of having like VCs and entrepreneurs talk together on the one stage where there's always some tension. And then after that, we're going to have like a model. There you go. No tech conference is incomplete without having a model. So Nieves is going to come, and she's going to be introduced by Clara. And then we start to kick in with John Lampierre, who is going to talk. And then we're going to have people from Gorillas, who are those delivery people. And then Pep Gonzalez, who's, you know, I seem to meet at every conference I go to. Although I still remember Pep when I was, when he was like, he seems one of these people who seems 18 forever, even though he's like in his 20s now. And he will be moderated by Robin Walters, who is the founding editor of Tech EU, who's a podcast you might be listening to, or whose newsletter you might take, who's recently done an acquisition himself. So Robin is Belgian, but he used to live in Barcelona. So he's basically, you know, someone who's very familiar with Spain. And then we're going to have Aloy, who's going to talk about what used to be called Mr. Jeff, which is now actually Jeff. So Jeff is going to talk about like the name change, and they do all sorts of things like cleaning. But again, it's a really interesting story because they pivoted an awful lot. I mean, a lot of people think entrepreneurship is like in a line kind of stuff, whereby, you know, you start doing something and you continue forever. Whereas Jeff is one of those companies that have made an awful lot of changes to their business model. So that's kind of really interesting in terms of what's going on there. And he's going to be introduced by Ben, who's one of the organizers of the conference. And then we will have Yolanda was there a while ago. She's Director of Business Startup. So, you know, Yolanda is someone I meet in a lot of conferences as well. And then she's going to have, Per Valls is coming, that's cool, and also introduced by Robin. So then, in the afternoon, then we're going to have more VCs. I guess VCs are always interested always go up to VCs and conferences and ask them what to do about funding. Okay, so we're just getting messages here. And how are we doing, by the way? How are we doing? Okay, so I'm being told that the panel is ready. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so. Okay, so, right, so the good news is my ad-libbing has to stop. Okay, so now, can you welcome on stage, please, Juan Cartagena, Ana Maiketh, and Andrew Clement. A round of applause, please, for everyone. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Well done. Well done, Ana. Well done, Andrew.
Okay. ¿Te sientas ahí? Sí. Dejamos uno en medio, ¿no? Sí. Hello, everyone. Wow, this is the most beautiful place I have been to speak in. thank you first to the whole organization, Startup Valencia, Juan Luis, Nacho, Alejandra, the whole team. This place is beautiful. And inspired the good future with animals here, but the monsters are to my left.
Thank you.
Starting with Ana. Ana, who is actually from Valencia, but you have not had a chance to speak publicly in Valencia many times, right?
Yes, so I'm super happy to be in Valencia. This is my tierra. I was born here, and I have my aunt Cuca and Tommy, my cousin, and my father, Pepe, was from here, and my aunt Mary, and my boo-boo. So I'm super happy to be in my hometown. Congratulations, Valencia. It's an honor for me to speak here.
Thank you. And Andrew, you are working on an incredible moonshot. Today we're going to speak about moonshots. What is a moonshot?
Well, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be here. A moonshot is the idea of try to do something fully new and do it from here. Being able to do it from Valencia or from Spain or from Europe is great, and it's an opportunity that we have on top of us, trying to improve the life of people with ideas and technologies that facilitates the way in this day life.
Go ahead. You want to tell us what you feel is a moonshot?
So my moonshot, let me show it to you, because I think that's the only reason why they invite me here. So hold with me. So this is a technology that we have developed at my company, Neuroelectrics, and you're going to see in real time, this is my brain right now as I'm speaking to you. So this is the electrical signals on my brain, which is pretty active right now. But the beauty is that on top of monitoring my brain, I can inject little currents into the brain. So we truly believe this could be a new therapy for patients suffering with brain diseases. Let's take epilepsy to reduce seizures, Alzheimer's to improve cognition, or mental health depression. So I think this is made in Spain. We aim to become the first company in the world to go through the FDA in a new therapy that today doesn't exist. And it's just an example how you can really scale up and conquer the world from Spain into helping patients, millions of patients that are in need today.
That's absolutely incredible. I think that the two of them are so complementary because, we're speaking about moonshots for how to increase life and how to live better. And as you see, Anna brings here what I believe is what terrifies us most in life, right? Losing our minds. I don't think that there is anything more terrifying than that. And Andreu is working on the biggest cause of death, which is cardiac disease. Do you want to tell us about that too?
Sure. Amazing presentation from Anna. We have been developing a system which is similar to that because we map the heart instead of the brain, which is even more difficult. We map something easier, which is the heart. But the problem with the heart is that it is killing more people than any other disease. Any cancer, any infection disease, most of the people continue dying because of the heart, because of cardiac arrhythmias. And I come from the University Politécnica de Valencia, and from Hospital Gregorio Marañón in Madrid, and we have been doing basic research during more than 15 years to develop a system that is able to map the heart and show what's going on in the heart to the clinician even before a surgery, without the need of making a surgery. This is making a huge difference in planning how patients will be treated and facilitating the decision of if we need to treat, do it as soon as possible, because it's the way to improve the quality, to personalize the treatment. These kind of innovations coming from the research are difficult to give, but it's the main goal of research, trying to invest in novelties to move that to things that help the people. And this is a way in which can be done, and realize why it's so important to invest in people, in talent, and in research.
At what phase are you at the moment?
Right now, we set up the company 2 years ago, in 2019. It was hard because of the legal aspects that in Spain happened. To move something from a public environment to a company is not as simple as our politicians mentioned before. And we did it, and we were able to close 2 investors round, and now we have the device finalized. We are in the process of validation to get the CE mark and FDA done in 2022. And we already are treating more than 200 patients per year. So today, while we are talking here, our device is in 2 surgery departments in Madrid and Barcelona, treating patients with cardiac arrhythmias. So this is something that is helping us to see how to move to the real world and how to scale up. Because right now we are in a small company here and we are in the process of we need to jump to be able to move to other markets and to the whole world.
Many of the largest startups, particularly in biotech in the US, come from spin-offs from Harvard, from Stanford, from MIT. Why do you think we don't have that many spin-offs or successful spin-offs like yours in Spain?
There are two main questions here. If one sees the public investment and the private investment in research is completely different from States and Europe or Spain. So it's difficult that you ask people to develop new things if you do not fund them. It's almost impossible. And the second is the tradition. So here is really hard to combine not only politicians, not only directors of university, but all the stages inside the public institutions that the collaboration with the private is good for moving the research. Right now, we are fighting with some people to understand that the law is grow and then we can collaborate, but it's being difficult even to do it. So there are no real incentives for researchers and for people who is in the academy to move that innovations into the market.
But you guys have done it. You are kind of building this moonshot as a spin-off. So what have you done differently, or have you overcome that difficulty or that challenge?
It's possible. That's true. You have to fight a lot, like everywhere. And the thing is that if you have a good idea and you have the chance and you really believe in your idea, you have to push it and find the good lawyers, find the way to do it, and it's possible. So at the end, the good thing also is that we are not alone. There are many examples before of us, and they have helped us to find a way. And this should be the next step. As soon as people that is in the academia or is with ideas sees that that's a way, they can follow.
Anna, you are building an incredibly successful company. One of the things that we find is that here in Spain, we still often speak about startups. And I think that we are probably missing the point of what startups should do, no? And how we just keep it at the size of a tiny little company. No? And precisely Joe here is an expert in scale-ups, but I would like you to tell us your journey to building what could be considered a scale-up and launching that in the US.
Yes, so I think that Spain and I would say Europe has amazing talent, right? And I often say that talent doesn't have geography or gender or, I think talent is everywhere, right? What I think we are missing in Europe and in Spain is this ambition, right, to scale up, to make really big companies. And if you look at the US and Asia, there is all these huge unicorns. We have less unicorns in Europe and in Spain. And I think that, the ones that you like soccer, right, the Champions League, of the startups is played at this global level. And you need to have a size and power to compete in this world, right? Otherwise, they will all buy us, right? So I think that what we have to do is really think in the positive sense. For example, my company can help patients with epilepsy or Alzheimer's. Why should I only help patients in Spain? Because I'm Spanish? No. In Europe, because I'm European? No. My goal would be to help every patient suffering from epilepsy, whether they are in Asia, in the US. So I think this is the mentality, and it's not about making money, it's about having a big social impact, right? So I think that's what we are missing in Europe is this ambition, and of course we are missing funding, right? That's why Francisco Polo and, Carl Martigas are trying to pour money. I'm also in the European Innovation Council in Brussels. They have 10 billion for startups. So to the entrepreneurs out there, just check it, EIC, the European Innovation Council, and just apply. They're giving 15 million euros in equity for startups all over Europe and 2.5 in grants. So, you have to really get this money. And for Neuroelectrics, it was amazing going from Barcelona to Boston, one of the most competitive places on earth. It was so hard to compete there. I mean, I thought I was a successful entrepreneur, and when I landed in Boston, I was no one, and it was so hard. People are really smart, but after a lot of work and perseverance, I raised almost $18 million on a Series A from US investors. So it's just, yes, we can, Spanish, yes, we can succeed in the most competitive places on earth. So, You know, just go for it and fight for it. Just with a little bit of work, you can do it.
A little applause for her, please, for her massive success. And why do you think we are missing ambition? I wouldn't think that we are unambitious people, particularly in Europe, but what makes us see a ceiling? Is that we need to travel to the US? Is that a matter of traveling? What is it?
You know, I think it's a matter of belief. I mean, I often think that we have a little bit of the imposter syndrome ourselves. And the Americans, I mean, you go there, they talk to you, and they all seem super smart just because they talk like so secure of themselves, you know, it's like with this strength. And then you scratch a little, and it's not that they are smarter than us, right? So why do we have always this complejo, right, of inferiority when we are awesome? We are awesome. We have talent. We have this Mediterranean culture. We have these amazing social skills. We are just an awesome nation, right? But I don't think we sell ourselves right. Like, think about the Italians. I'm just shocked. My husband is Italian. But, you know, you go to the US, the Italian food, the Italian fashion, you know, the Italian oil, which, by the way, they buy from Spain, they sell like crazy. And then Spaniards, we undersell ourselves. So I think it's a matter of believing more in ourselves and then how we sell ourselves to the world. Most people don't know Zara is from Spain. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You know, so why do we do such a poor job? And I think it's up to all of us when we go out there to be proud and just say, you know, yes, we can. We are awesome.
That's wonderful. Andreu, tell us, what are your plans for also bringing that ambition to your project and to growth?
This is one of the more important things, how to make the people around you to understand that the main goal needs to be global and really ambitious. And this is hard because we are in an environment in which most of the people has been trained to do not make too much noise, to do not fight, to do not win money. Because for whatever reason in Spain, to make something really successful is not too good, something you made bad. So at the end, we have to change that. And this is a matter of talent. And right now, at least in our case, the most amazing, but at the same, the most difficult thing is being able to identify that persons that can join the team, that can think that, okay, we are thinking big. Our competitors are in Boston, or are in Shanghai, or are in Japan, are not in Barcelona or Madrid, which are beautiful cities, but are not real competitors. And this is something that is being difficult and also requires some time. I mean, we require companies that create a company, that succeed, for others to believe that it can be done, but also we require a lot of ecosystem of people that jumps from one company to another, training the other new companies about what succeed and what fail. And this is happening more and more, but also it's a difficult thing. We cannot expect that we have a fully new generation, train it in startups, while our university professors do not have any experience about that, so they cannot train to their students. So there is a lot of work to do, but we can be really ambitious because our research, our education, and our system is really, really competitive around the world.
Speaking of moonshots, you know, I believe that probably many moonshots require intensive research to start, and perhaps Americans are more used to investing in things that will have a return several years from now compared to Europeans. Could that be a reason why, or what do you think about the state of research in Europe?
Of course, there is a matter of risk. We call venture capitals investing in risk, but what they do is specifically the opposite, investing with the lower risk they find. And in Europe and in Spain, the investors are growing in their confidence in risk. And if you really want to win money, you need to know that you need to invest in early stages. Otherwise, the investment that you can do will not reach a lot of money. So here, we require a lot of support from the private investors, also support from the public, but at the end they have a limit, and we need that this is something that needs to be understood. And the research is in there. The research is a way in which we require, if we really want to be disruptive, we cannot continue doing the same that others do, or we cannot just make the same in another way. We need to do something fully new, and that requires investment, and that requires a lot of brains and a lot of research. And our system, Our public and private systems for research are not too incentive of that. Or academies do not really feel that they have to break the moment. And so we require to work in that.
Yeah, if I may add, did you know that Europe has more publishing papers, more science than the United States? So I think that Europe, we are super good turning money into knowledge, but we are awful turning knowledge into money again to the system, which is what it should be, right? It's like you put money from the public payers into research, you create knowledge. Let's make that knowledge generate money again, right? So that last piece, we are terrible. And we are terrible because we don't have this business culture. And I guess the guy with the puro, you know, the businessman, exploitator has been in our minds. So, you know, the Americans are not like that, right? So that's why I think that we have to get better at turning knowledge into money, back into the system.
When you were presenting your... I lost it? No. When you were presenting your helmet, or the MVP of the helmet early on, did you see any differences between presenting it to European investors or Spanish investors and American investors? Or what kind of response did you get for something that is so... that looks amazing, but I'm sure that the first versions would have a lot of stuff, no?
Well, I think that Andreu is right. Like, in Europe, we are more conservative because we have less money, so there is more risk aversion. It's true that my American investors are super risk takers, but they have so much money. My investor is a $2 billion worth, fund, so they can afford to really, have riskier ventures, right? But I think in general, in the US, they're more open to crazy ideas. Just think about the Silicon Valley, right? Like, it's pretty amazing. So, but I think it's getting into Europe as well. You see more and more deep tech investments. I was in Hello Tomorrow in Paris last week. It's a deep tech conference, plenty of investors investing in deep tech. So I think it's changing. I think we will catch up, and we shouldn't latigarnos, we shouldn't harm ourselves too much. We are a much younger ecosystem than the United States, and it takes time to build these startups. It's not, from one day to the other. So just give ourselves some more time, and we will mature as an ecosystem.
Fully agree. And Europe has many advantages over the States in some aspects, and one is health. In Europe, we have a public health system and a private health system working together and arriving to every single citizen in Europe, which is much more than the United States have. It's true that they spend much more money per patient, but at the end we can revolutionize and change fully the way in which health works. For example, in your company, what you are trying to do is trying to improve the quality of life of people before they are ill. And that's the future. And that's something that we've grown from Europe, and we have the opportunity to move that new technologies to personalize the treatment, to prevent disease, and to make a lot of money from that, because at the end we are saving a lot to our healthy systems.
In the previous presentation, we were talking about the connection of public and private, or the relationship public and private, right? And I think that particularly in health, that is still missing, no? I mean, I don't know about your projects, but in my project, I feel it's very hard to talk to the public health administration to do anything. What are you finding when you speak that is a positive, or that a net positive for Europe? What have been your experiences talking to the public health system?
In our case, we are talking with them. We work for most of the public health systems, and it's really important to understand that it's really complex to provide health to everyone. You cannot invent something that you have to spend millions of euros if you want to provide it to everyone. So at the end, as public managers, they need to be sure that, okay, if I introduce an innovation into my health system, I need to afford for it. And this is something that we as a startup, is our responsibility to be sure that the whole system will be benefited from that. And it's difficult because we have a public system which is divided, and this is paid by health, this is paid by Social Security, this is paid by pensions, and they do not talk to each other. So if you are saving money there, the guy who is here says, I don't care. So it's as citizens, we need to be sure that the governments put all together and ensure that the innovation is used, and the digitalization that they are talking so much now is used to save money to the entire ecosystem. It will take time, but it is growing and improving, and the data management that this is moving on will help in that.
We have a couple more minutes. I'm sure that there are many students here from university watching you. What would you tell them if they are considering a career in research or in building a larger startup or a moonshot? What would you tell them today?
Yeah, I have my son here in the audience, Nico, so I always encourage the young generations to go on science. And for the students, I think that think carefully why you want to create a startup, right? And it's usually not about the money. It's about being aligned to what you want to do. Successful entrepreneurs made money because they had a vision and they wanted to live a better world. So just choose why you want to create, for example, a startup. And I think that if you have the right motivation and it's aligned with your values, you will persevere, because it's also not a slow career. I mean, I've been like 20 years an entrepreneur, and you may see me like as a success story, but 20 years it took me. It's hard, right?
It's
Maybe
hard.
it takes at least 5 or 10, right? So you need to wake up every day and believe in what you're doing and persevere. So for the students out there, just train yourself, have a vision, have a dream, and just follow it, you know, whatever it takes.
Fully agree. And also another important thing, most of the people, and it happens to myself, when I was PhD student, I was postdoc, and I was trained to be public employer. That's what the focus of all my trainers was, okay, you will become a full professor. And at some point you say, okay, if I really want that my research, my innovation, my ideas become useful, I need to move to the startup. I need to move to the market. And this is something that we are not trained, or we were not trained, because I think that right now this is something that is moving into the academy more and more. And I will push everyone that likes research to move into research. It is not easy. But while they are doing that, thinking big and think how that research will change the world. Because at the end it's possible to do it, and we should do it. We have as academy, we have the responsibility, because the public is investment in us, and we have to help and get it back to them.
We have 1 minute left. Do you want to give any final remarks to the public and to the people watching us?
I will say that all the people who is here is because or you are already entrepreneurs, or because you are thinking on moving it on. So it's not easy, as Anna mentioned, but it's really grateful. So move on. And it has been said many, many times, but we can fail. And this is a country in which fails are not too accepted, but they should be starting to be accepted. So try, move, change, and try to continue growing, and this will be the way to succeed.
Yeah, and to me, just a shout-out of confidence to the Valencianos. No, Valencians, you have a beautiful city, a beautiful culture. We made fallas, mascletá. We are fighters. So, Valencianos, come on, stand up and conquer the world. You can do it. And, you know, just congratulations for this amazing place. And you know, let's conquer the future. Thank you, Valencia. Gracias.
Thank you, everyone. 2 monsters. Thanks.
This is like inspirational words, very early in the morning for inspirational words, but I guess they're always welcome. So thank you to Juan, thank you to Anna, and thank you to Andrew. Okay, so as we do all the disinfectant and take all the water and do all that kind of funny games that we need to do, we also move on to our next panel. And our next panel is going to talk about exponential technologies, and we're going to have corporate venturing. We're going to have 2 VCs and also 2 entrepreneurs. And the moderator is going to be Patricia. So if Patricia, if you could come out, please, is the first person you're going to see. Patricia, hello, 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 Patricia. She was there. She was definitely there. Hello, Patricia. Hello. Did you see, they start chatting, and then they're like, blah, blah, blah. Come on, chat outside. Okay. Hello. Yeah, come on. Come on, come on, come on. God, it's so hard. Like, herding cats is like you're doing this. Okay, so round of applause, please, for Patricia. And also a round of applause, please, for Jose, Javier, Nico, and Antonio. So all I have to do, Patricia, is check your microphone is working, and then I'm going to disappear, and the stage is yours for half an hour. So say, hello, Valencia, to everyone.
Hello, Valencia. Hello, Valencia.
Hello. Okay, hello, I don't think I heard that.
Hello, Valencia.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a bit of a problem. Okay, so we don't have a micro. You know, Okay. Did you have the diadem? I know, or whatever the necklace thing? Okay, okay, just give the micro, might be better. Okay, sorry for that, the diadem is bad. Anyway, I won't take up any more of your time. Okay, Patricia, the floor is yours. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much and welcome to this edition of Digital Summit. We're very proud to be here with you. And this panel is to talk about deep tech investment. I think that we have a representation of the most important deep tech investment and startups in the Spanish ecosystem. Thank you so much to be with us today. And we don't have many time. Then I will introduce you. I start by Nico. Nico Boulet is founder and managing partner at Adara Ventures. Thank you so much to be with us.
Pleasure to be here.
And I continue by Jose. Jose González is co-founder and CEO of Galgus, one of the most and largest companies, Wi-Fi companies in Europe.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Also, we are Antonio Jiménez de Córdoba, partner at Seaya Ventures.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me here.
And at the last but not the least, Javier Grau, co-founder and chief operation officer at Kenmate Technologies.
Thank you.
Okay, I talked to the organization to put some numbers that we have worked in the last years in the deep tech investment, because it's true that when we talk about deep tech investment 5 years ago, maybe we are talking about investment in Mars, no? And now, for example, we are living a hype in deep tech investor. More and more investors are willing to invest in deep tech startups. And it's true that the last numbers show the importance of the areas on investors. And I want to start by Antonio. How do you see the deep tech investment in the last 3 years and in the actual moment?
Well, we've seen and here in Spain and globally an increase in the and I will focus on Spain. I think the maturity of the technology ecosystem in Spain is already there. There are more and more deep tech focused companies coming on. And based on Seaya, we're more generalists, so we do also some softer tech investments, but we see more and more deal flow and of better quality coming out of Spain. And we see now a majority of our deal flow and a majority of our third fund where we are investing. It's on very deep and innovative technology coming out of Spain, and that's a sign of the maturity of the Spanish ecosystem, and we expect this tendency to continue over the years, and we expect having really innovative companies out of Spain, really top-notch technology out of Spain.
Nico, which are the attractions to attract LPs, for example, for Adara in the deep tech investment?
So we've been at this for 15 years, and we were doing deals that maybe today would qualify as deep tech 15 years ago. So, semiconductor deals, and they've always been there. But I think what's happened, the sea of change that's happened now, is that LPs have understood that the quality of the entrepreneurs in Spain in terms of their technical quality and also their ability to attract talent globally is now a step change. And that has made LPs a lot more comfortable now putting money into funds that are focused more on deep tech and have a specific focus on Spain. So we're seeing that across the board, and we're seeing also real interest from foreign investors. So they're attracted, the foreign investors coming and doing deals in Spain, their LPs are seeing their GPs do deals in Spain, and that's, again, materializing in returns that are eventually going to continue this trend.
For startups, do you think that now it's easy to get money for deep tech investors at the moment now? It's more easy than in the last 4 years? Javi?
Well, yes. I think we are living a good moment for startups. There are plenty of options. There are VCs that are looking for opportunities also. So I think, yes, indeed, it's a very good moment, and and it's a good opportunity.
Jose.
I think deep tech is a bit different from other sectors in which it requires heavy R&D investment before you can go to market, right? So we start to see a tendency for investors, appetite to invest in heavy R&D companies now, where a couple of years back, they were focusing more on, revenue, MVPs, and things like that. So we certainly see the moment is better now, the momentum we are gaining for the deep tech industry. So we are understanding that in order to transform our digital models, we need to invest in R&D and create new technologies that didn't exist before. So yes.
We are talking at the backstage. How many times? 1 year, 2 years? This kind of inflation, inflation in the investment could continue in the future. Antonio, what do you think about that?
Well, I think there are many factors that are affecting the current good momentum that we have in the tech space. First, a factor that I was mentioning is the maturity that we are seeing, and I'm talking now Europe. Europe is now the center of tech innovation, tech investment. Everybody's looking at Europe, and Spain is part of Europe, and we see an increasing appetite for this kind of companies coming out of the region. I think this will continue forever, and it will continue increasing because there's some catch up to be made versus other more mature ecosystems such as Silicon Valley. So this will continue. So that's a good tendency. Then there's there's a lot of capital out in the economy, and it is flowing in technology. This will continue, but who knows how long would it last? And I was talking with this couple of startups. You need to take the opportunity and raise money because it's you never know how the markets are gonna evolve, and there could be some months, some years where there's not as easy to raise capital. So you need to take the opportunity and raise as much capital, and also as a way to compete versus other players, because your competitors will raise capital, and you need to be in an equal position in order to battle them.
Javi, and this moment stress startups to open around. Maybe if they don't think to open about it.
Well, it's an incentive, as he said. I think for startups, we need to take the opportunity because there's plenty of capital in the market right now, and try to find these kind of opportunities. So for startups, I think it is a good opportunity that we need to take. And maybe it's true that there could be in other scenarios, maybe you could continue without this capital. But now, having this let's say easy access to it, of course, I think we need to, all the startups should take this into account, because this could be used in many ways to speed up the project. For instance, for startups, is the scalability and to reach the time to market is key, and this can help indeed in order to increase that reach to the market. No? So yeah, I think it's something that we need to consider at least, and it's something that at least in Kenmay we did, and I would recommend to all the startups to do the same.
And for example, Jose, you are Open USA, no? Is more easy this moment to get funds from USA, because we know that they see us as, with respect, no, as Moroccos in Spanish when you start there. But it's true that maybe the moment accompanies not the lucky to found new investment there.
We find investors very open to invest in Europe or specifically in Spain. In the US, we have been talking to many investors overseas, and they are keen, especially in technology and communications technology. That is the sector where Galgos is focusing, improving Wi-Fi technology. So that's going to increase because there are still many thousand million people on Earth without any access to internet or communication. There still need to faster communications, technologies, and the investment is going to continue. And this is a trend, it's not going to stop. The world's going to become more and more connected over time.
Okay, and Nico, I think talking about the moment that for a VC, the moment has changed their thesis of investment. Do you think that the pandemic, COVID, remote working, a lot of money investment, that is a reconstruction of the vision on a VC for the 2, 3, 5 next years?
So I think you have to be careful with this because you really need to separate two aspects. One is the merit and the fundamentals of fast-growing, early-stage, technology-driven companies or tech-first companies. And the other is how easy is it and how much money is being pushed into the system, etc. The change that we have in the quality and the merit of the companies that are building in Spain too. And I think that trend is here to stay because the fundamentals of that are not dependent on the economic point of view. Now, how easy is it for companies to raise money? That is a transitory situation. And I think companies, both entrepreneurs and funds, need to be very careful about how they change their business model and their funding track in the case of the entrepreneurs, but also the VCs in terms of how they look at their investment criteria, and particularly on things like valuation and where is this company going and at what price do I invest. Let's not forget that for a VC, there's a fundamental data point, which is the cost of doing business. The cost of doing business is the entry valuation. So returns are often thought of as, you know, the unicorns that you have up here. That's a tricky number. Unicorns don't talk about the cost of doing business. The cost of doing business is how much have I paid for those companies. And a unicorn can be an okay investment. A dragon is a good investment because it returns the whole fund. So the current situation can lead both companies and VCs to think that there's a fundamental change, but the reality is that you have to continue to build businesses that are capable of growing at a very high pace, and building sustainable businesses that can compete and continue to compete. I think anybody that loses sight of that, be it a company or be it a VC, is in for a surprise. It may not be tomorrow, it may not be next month, it may be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the line. But remember, VCs make money over 10 to 15 years. And the chances that we see 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 major corrections in the next 15 years is high. So focus on the fundamentals, I think, is really important. And VCs, we need to make sure that we are focused on the fundamentals of the companies that we're building to make sure that those are sustainable through different corrections.
How many companies has left you these years in an investment opportunity due to the valuation overrated? Because in GoHub, we have lived a lot of experience, not a lot, but such experience about companies that are open around. They start with valuation, and 3 months after is double, triple, quadruple. In Seaya and Adara, do you have lived those kind of situations? But it's a common situation in Europe now.
I think valuations have gone up, but also the aspirations and the potential of the companies are much higher as well. So I think we're paying higher valuations overall in the industry, but I have never seen such a high growth in the companies in the 9 years I've been acting as an investor. So the boost of the digitization of the economy, I think it's allowing to pay for higher valuation. But answering your question, we have passed on companies based on valuation, but in the past we also had passed for companies based on the valuation. I think in order to make an investment, you need to agree both parties, and if we're not aligned, we're we shouldn't make this valuation. But I think it hasn't changed so much from the past.
If I may add to that a little bit, if you look at the data on size of rounds and valuation, the average has disjointed from the median. And if you look at the average over the last quarter, it is about 5 times the median. 5 times the median. So that actually means something statistically in terms of what's happening. You have the high valuations are relatively polarized on a subset of companies that have extremely high growth, the ones that Antonio was talking about that are showing real performance. And it's true that we're seeing a lot of companies with real performance. But the investors out there are becoming very, very picky, and they're very focused on growth. All of us, I think, are very focused on growth because we're seeing that it's possible, and therefore we're being more and more selective on growth. So for those that don't achieve the hyper growth, understood as more than 100% per year, it's probably going to become more difficult. And so you have to also make sure that your business model is focused on generating enough growth out there. And to your point about, are we only focused on revenue? I think you are seeing an increased focus on the ability to generate revenue and the ability to generate double-digit growth in revenue. So again, I think that the situation today is good, but you really have to manage it carefully.
And in this side, Javi, what risk does raising funds with higher valuations involve for a startup?
Well, I don't perceive specific risks on that. Actually, I think it's the problem that we all want to have is to raise more money without diluting so much. But as Antonio was saying, it's not that the startups are inflating the valuation, but as we are perceiving that there is the opportunity of attracting more funds. At least in our case, we are showing more ambition, and then we are building bigger plans for us. No? So that's also explaining why the valuations are also increasing, because we are showing more ambition. The business plans are showing more ambition, and I think it's a good thing because I think that that will help the startups to grow faster and to basically provide a better return of investment to the investors. So I don't think it's a risk, it's an opportunity, well, at least for startups, of course.
It's an opportunity, Jose, too?
I think startups in Europe and specifically in Spain need to be more ambitious and scale faster globally, right? So we see that in the US, people with an idea, they present plans how they are going to conquer the world in 3 to 5 years. They don't say, okay, we are going to do this in the West Coast and then go to the East Coast and then 3 years later go to Canada. They go globally and they want to go fast. And this is a mentality shift that we have all to make and be more ambitious and build bigger companies, because Spain, we all talk about how SMEs create 70–80% of the jobs in Spain, and that's great. But if a company has a great product or technology that can scale, they should be more ambitious, and raising funding is a way to accelerate the business plan, and certainly something we need to take as an opportunity.
Talking about valuation, we are seeing that investors now prefer to invest in hubs in second tier ecosystem, as Valencia, for example, is started from Valencia, that in first tier ecosystem, because it's easy to grow with the same money. It's not the same for example, in a round of 50 millions, you can contract Silicon Valley 3 developers, 1 developer, and for example, in a one half, and for example, in second tier ecosystems is more profitable, not the money. What do you think about that, Nico?
So I think, again, you have to go back to the fundamentals, and it's about capital efficiency. I know capital efficiency isn't a very popular word right now, but I think it will be popular sometime down the road. And in a few years, we'll all be talking about capital efficiency. And capital efficiency means that the money that you raise is used to really do what you have to do. And the important number is not your pre-money valuation. The important number is your post-money valuation multiplied by 2, which is what you need to achieve in 18 months. So, and that you need to achieve with the amount of money that you've raised. And so the way you use that money, and if you can get more resources in R&D, more engineers, if you can get a better sales force and a better sales traction with that money, then that's better. So you have to use the money more efficiently. I think second-tier hubs have the ability, particularly on the R&D side and on the engineering side, to generate better capital efficiency on product development and the basic engineering, which in the deep tech space, in tech-first companies, is the fundamental driver. And so I think it does make it easier to think about investments in second tier when the quality of the underlying asset is there.
Antonio, for example, let's say with LATAM too, no? That you are invested a lot in LATAM with SEAIA.
Well, LATAM, it has changed a lot in the last 2-3 years, and it has become a hyped ecosystem. So, but yes, there's cheaper developers, and there's coming more and more developers based on success stories. But I will complement on what Nico said, and the world has changed, and especially for the R&D teams, and it's more. It's no longer local. So most of the teams that are of our portfolio, the tech teams are not working from the office. They're working from their home. Sometimes they're working from other countries. So this factor, I think it's changed, and the access to cheaper but similar quality tech teams, I think it's easier also from tier 1 hubs. Although there's quality from this tier 2, there are great companies coming all over Spain. So, and we have invested in not only in Madrid and Barcelona with the top hubs, but in other regions with great talent. So there's great talent everywhere in Spain specifically.
We are talking about hiring. The problem of hiring is now in the table of all the startups, also the relation with investors. Jose, is easier, is more difficult after pandemic to hire new talent, good talent, to grow the startups at this moment?
I think there are risks and opportunities raising out of the pandemic, right? So we hired 25 people in the last 12 months, and we have remote workers, even interns that are having the onboard remotely and are working completely remote. So I think that opens up a lot of opportunities, a cultural change within the company. We are also opening subsidiaries in Colombia and Peru, where that's something that we need to accomplish in general, to become global companies, right? And hire talent wherever it's available at the right price and the right quality, right? So we think there are opportunities. It's a changing environment, so companies need to adapt and adapt very fast, because the market is every 6 months we find a new environment when we go to hire people. So it's a challenge for sure, but also opening up opportunities if we approach it from a global perspective.
But what do you think the startup needs to hire good talent? Because we know that now is important, the perks is important, the health of the startups is important to give us a culture of the company. But I think that we are talking about IT teams, not tech teams, that they are very, very, very complicated. And we are talking and saying the figure of the mafia developer, no? That is now very, very complicated to retain that kind of talent and also to hire too.
Yeah, well, first, I want to say that this is a very good question. In our case, finding and retaining talent is one of our major concerns. Taking into account that we, at least in KMA, we are as an innovative company, that we are always using the latest technologies, so that by default means that it's difficult to find experts. But now, after the pandemic, it's true that it has even become more challenging, because With the teleworking, we are seeing companies from all over the world coming to Spain to attract talent, working from Spain for companies based in US and UK. So we are now competing more globally, let's say, for that talent. I agree with Jose that it's also an opportunity because we can also go to other markets, to other places to find talent. But it's a cultural change, as Jose said, I mean, in the company. We are, in our case, we had to adapt. We had to change and to implement new policies to provide more flexibility to the employees. Of course, we know that, and I think it's a common thing for all the startups, that we cannot compete in terms of money with the big tech companies. So we need to find the other things that complement the package, and that, because at the end of the day, the people is not only looking for money, and the people that is looking only for money, to be honest, this is not the needs that we are looking for. So we are looking for people that are interested in growing, in acquiring the skills, technical skills, to be in a family, because startups at the end of the day is more a family. And trying to find, well, the other things that at the end of the day are the employees are taking into account in order to say, okay, I want to stay here, and I want to stay here and to develop my career here. No? But yes, I mean, it's a very challenging environment now. In our case, for instance, I can say that we have like 7 to 10 open positions right now. We are looking for big data developers, web developers, and it's difficult. I mean, we are struggling in order to find the right candidates. So yeah, it's one of the major and the main concerns that we have right now.
Nico and Antonio, recommendations for those startups and others that are saying here in the stage about your portfolio that you have seen, experience about startups who are hiring, who are attracting talent, so that you can talk about it?
I think it's one of the main challenges that startups face when scaling, and we see it all over our portfolio. It's hiring, and it's also retaining the talent that you were mentioning. I think, back to my previous point, I think you think more broadly and look potentially for talent in other, not for local talent, but there are local hubs all over Spain. There are hubs in other regions in the world where you can find easily talent. I think one of the good things about the new world is that people can work remotely, and you can have access to more easily to talent in that way.
Yes, I think you just need to really go global, think global. You can actually attract people to Spain quite easily, and we're seeing a wave of people coming to work in Spain from the outside, either creating or also joining teams that are in Spain. I think you can think now about having even key positions that might not even be located in Spain. We have one of our portfolio companies hired a CTO that's in Holland, and he actually hasn't even moved to Spain, and it's actually working really well. The CTO, one would think that has to be somebody co-located. So I think that the rules of the game have changed, and companies need to think about getting the best in class at a global level. And the chance that a best in class at the global level is your neighbor is actually quite low. So you really do have to go out and think about which is the best person in the world that I can bring to what I need, and go for that. And then if you have to settle for the second best, then that's still going to be pretty good. But you really need to think about what is the best person in the world that I can get, because you are competing now globally, and you've got to think about yourself as competing on a global marketplace for your customers, but also for the talent. And only if you get the best and world-class talent will you be able to succeed competing.
Okay, to end the panel very quickly, for all the panelists, something you can show or you can talk about the new law for startups that Paco Polo has presented here today. One thing, only one thing that you like or not like about this law. Antonio.
Well, I think it's a good starting point, and I think it's making life easier for companies. Well, reducing the bureaucracy, for example.
Jose.
making Spain more competitive in a global market to create and build startups?
All good, and especially the fact that it's a first step thinking about making things easy for people to develop here and build up here.
And Javi?
I think it's a perfect Christmas gift for all of us. Yeah, I think it's all good. I think it's a very good law.
Okay, thank you so much to participate in this panel. Thank you so much for the audience. And we continue, if you want, talk about some of the panelists. We'll be there in the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, thank you very much, guys. The problem with being in the green room is I can't hear anything you say, but anyway, I'm sure it was all very interesting. Okay, so there's a supermodel waiting, and get up, get off. I'm sure all that money stuff you do is very interesting, but there's a supermodel waiting, so we got to get her out. Okay, right. Okay, so thank you, Nico. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Patricia. Right, so we're trying to sort of like catch up a bit on everything so that we finish at 2:30, so you can all go and have your lunches and all of that. But they also have to do all sorts of disinfecting of microscopes and all, or not microscopes, those are the big things. Microphones are the things they put in their hand. Okay, is there any light in the window there? Any? The next panel is going to have Nieves Alvarez and also she is going to be introduced by Clara Fernandez. I don't know a lot about Nieves Alvarez. I see her in the Eurovision every year saying like 2 points go to, wherever. 2 points go to France or something like that. Spain doesn't do very well in the Eurovision, so I probably shouldn't mention that. Anyway, moving quickly along. Okay, anything happening in the old green room there? Okay, anything happening? Nothing really happening. Like, they tell me not to ad-lib, but then the people aren't ready. So anyway, listen, maybe I'll go in and move some things. How we doing there, guys? Anything happening? Ready. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so everyone tells me everything. So I'm going to make a joke here, so everyone get ready to laugh, okay? Get your funny bones ready. Okay, so if you could come out, please, Nieves and Clara. Thank you very much. Okay. So all I've got to do, so which one is the supermodel? You're the model, and no, you're the model. Okay, great. Okay, just got to check. Just got to check. Beautiful, isn't it? Okay, so just got to check the microphone's working, and then I can leave you. So Nieves, can you speak?
Yes.
Perfect. And Clara, can you speak?
I can.
Okay.
Buenos días.
Congratulations. Away you go.
Hello, everyone. Well, we're today here in an amazing scenario, sharing a very private conversation with Nieves Alvarez, which I understand most of you know who she is. She's a super powerful woman, and I'm very happy to be here with her this morning. Most of you might know her for her modeling career, for her TV presentation. She has, over the years, created a very strong voice, and she has used it in many, many, many ways to make impact. And today, I'd like to present her, and let's start this conversation. Good
morning, everyone. It's really, really nice to be here.
Have you ever been with a scenario with some fish behind you?
Never. I've been here, but with my kids.
So the first thing is that we're here today under this umbrella of technology for the good future. And I'd like you to tell us a little bit, how does this resonate with your career, with your path, with your ambition?
I mean, I like to think about my career as something that I do because I really believe in it. While I'm doing this, I inspire some people, of course, it's really nice. But I love my career. I've been doing this for the last 30 years, and each day I love it even more.
Amazing. So, as most of the people here might know you for your fashion career, can you tell them more about you, about your entrepreneur career, what you have been doing over the last years?
I mean, I think what I'm most proud about it is about this 30 years working in this fashion industry. During these 30 years, I've been working as a model, as a TV host, as a designer. For the last 10 years, I have a children's clothes line that we were selling in 7 corners in the Corte Inglés, and then we crossed the ocean. And we went to Mexico. We were selling in Palacio del Hierro, what is the main store in the country. And now I still working as a TV host in the TV for the last 10 years too. I've been being the TV host of Flash Moda. And now I'm designer for a Spanish brand called the String Collection, where I do a small capsule, of clothes for them, for the Spanish brand. So I'm, quite busy, but I always enjoying this fashion industry and the creativity part. That is what I really like.
I can imagine. And now that we're almost, we have got to know you a little bit more, going a little bit deeper, what actually motivates you every morning to wake up?
I wake up every morning I smile. I mean, my motto in life is patience, is perseverance, and is passion. For me, this is the 3 keys to be success in life. And I love what I do, so for me, it's very important, to be patient, to believe in what you do. And I have really, as everyone, problems in my life, moments where I doubt about, I don't know if I'm doing this right or not. But with passion and always thinking that everyone can learn something different every day, it really keeps me going, and the passion for my work is very important for me.
You have talked about perseverance, which I think it's very important to actually make a change and make sure that we can use technology and all the resources we have today to impact the good future. If with this technology we could get into your mind and share some of your secrets to learn and to be able to make an impact with less mistakes or with more knowledge, what tips or insights would you give us of your career that could actually help us drive our passion?
Look, I don't know if I will say that it was a mistake, but sometimes I had regretted to think that my partners, the opinion of my partners, it was more important, I like always to listen to everyone, and I think, okay, they know. So sometimes I regretted that, to think that that they were right about it. So because I think in life I always do everything very slowly. I go step by step. I keep my feet on the ground. But it's important in business to risk. If you want to reach another level, sometimes it's important to risk. And sometimes I regret that. For example, in my children's company, that is one of the COVID crisis took it away. So it was really hard to, after 10 years working in something that I was really involved in that project, but, it disappeared. So sometimes, it's like, I not regret it, but I think if I will do this one different.
Yes, sometimes when they ask me what feedback can I give entrepreneurs, or especially women entrepreneurs, I usually tell them, surround yourself by talent, but surround yourself by people that really believe in you. And I think it's not only important inside of your company, but it's essential inside of your family. Because at the end of the day, you're receiving the input, you're generating the conversations at home among your friends, and for the family that you can choose, it's essential that they believe in you. Not only that they believe, but that they're your biggest fans, that they trust you, that they motivate you, that they think you can achieve it, and they externalize that through the words, conversations.
Yeah, but I think what is important is that they need to trust you, but sometimes you need to trust yourself too. Yeah. And when I always like to think, that everyone that they know, because I always surrounded by these people that they really know about the business. So I'm more into the creativity part. So that business, I say, I'm sure they're right, but sometimes not. Sometimes you need to risk.
So trust your guts. True.
Yes.
So you mentioned COVID. COVID has changed all our lives, has shaped all our industries. Specifically for you, you mentioned that in COVID, your brand, your fashion brand, had some troubles, some problems, but also in COVID, you were able to turn around many of the situation, and you created a live channel in Instagram where you were able to actually channel your voice into society. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about that experience with how you have used Instagram to empower your voice and make change?
I mean, like everyone, for one day to another, I saw myself locked down at home with no job. It was not impossible for me to make Zooms or to work online. I mean, I have no way to go to the TV, no way to go to work. My children's company closed, so I really went crazy. I was like, what are you going to do now with my life? I was feeling so vulnerable. It was really tough. So one day on Instagram, I was watching this live with an American actress. I think it was Jennifer Aniston, and she was in a conversation with another actress, and I thought, wow, it's nice. I want to do this because everybody knows me from the magazines, from the pictures, and of my image. Maybe I look very sophisticated or more cold, or even my TV program. I just do what they tell me to do, and that's it. But it's not the real Nieves. So I thought, why not through the Instagram? I'm gonna make my people, my followers, to really know me. And for 45 minutes, I'm just gonna make these lives with my friends, with the people that they really love me and I really love them. It doesn't need to be famous people, just my friends. And for 45 minutes we were just chatting, and it was just nice to forget for these minutes what it was happening around us. That became at the end of March. And now I do it every Thursday. So I keep all my followers, really excited. How are you doing your live on this Thursday? So it's something that it really helped me to get the people to know me. And I received so many beautiful, beautiful messages saying, we didn't know that you were like this. We didn't know that you were so funny. So the social medias help. It's a beautiful tool that you can manage, and sometimes it can be your biggest enemy. So you really need to know how to deal with the network.
Absolutely. Most of the people will not know this, but the 12th of March, I started doing exercise for seniors with my mom every day at 11. Really? Yes. We had thousands of followers, and we did that until mid-December, where I launched my startup. Yeah. And I also felt that experience. We had thousands of seniors of age around 70 exercising with us every day at 11 a.m. in the morning. It was super, super fun. And I also had the feeling, felt the warmth that we were all connected together during confinement. So definitely, during COVID, being able to connect society through social media has been fundamental. I don't know if anyone around here wants to leverage that strategy. If you have any tip you want to give.
Even what you were saying about, I create that, my life, but in fashion industry, thanks to the social media, the designers, they were able to still selling online. Mm-hmm. They were able to still showing their collections. Was impossible. Years ago, these things happen. It was no way to communicate with the world. So, of course, for me, nothing is more beautiful than to see a fashion show in real. The connection with the music, with the designer, with the client is something, life is something different. But, for example, I was going to Paris to do the fashion films with the designer like Stéphane Roland. We were doing the fashion film, and during the shows, in Instagram, everybody can see the work. Mm-hmm. So that we need to see, the technology, it really helps everyone, in the fashion industry to keep working and to keep showing what they were doing,
Do you think that technology is going to impact in many ways the fashion industry? What do you think is going to be the biggest changes?
Oof, I mean, the fashion, I mean, the technology now is part of the fashion. It's like everything is online, everything now is so fast. But as I tell you, if I hope this, this COVID is over, nothing is compared to a live fashion show, to know each other and to get that connection. I saw a beautiful live with the designer Tom Ford a few months ago with a journalist from the Herald Tribune, and he was saying the same thing, that thanks to the technology, the world keep moving, and the business it was keeping moving, but nothing is compared to that moment, that connection. But of course, it's part of that. The technology is part of the business now. I mean, in everything, in the I mean, you choose everything by technology. We communicate with technology. We buy with the technology. So the world is changing, and it's part of that.
And I'm going to spend the last minutes. I just want to make you a question, because I come from the field of longevity, and we were talking behind that one of the key insights in longevity is that actually people that are really healthy look younger. So there's a high correlation between your internal or biological health with how you look. And obviously Nieves here is an amazing example, and I want you to share us what are your biggest longevity tips to live healthier and happier, obviously.
I need to tell you that I don't know about that today, because before I was coming here, I just wrote a news in the magazine that was saying how to look beautiful when you pass 50. And I was like, God, I'm not 50. So I was like, I'm younger than that. So I was like, they were saying that I was like 52 or something. I was like, I'm not even 50 and they think I look like that. But I always think that in life, for me, age is not important. And I'm telling you because I live in a business. When you're 18, you are too old. When you are 20, you need to say that you are 18. When you are 30, they're like, okay, no, don't say that you're 30 because it's too old to be a model. So I used to always manage with this thing of the age that I never care about it. I always care about myself, of how I feel, to take care of my body, but especially to take care of my mind and the inside. That for me is, there is no secret, there is no cream, there is no gym, there is nothing. It's just to take care about yourself, about your feelings, about your ethic, about your education. For me, that is what keeps me young. It doesn't matter that I'm 47, by the way. But it's not because I'm 47 I cannot do this, or I still working in a fashion industry where usually at 22, they say, you are too old. I'm 47, I'm still living, I'm passionate from my work. So that I feel very lucky about it. But for me, the most important thing is to take care of myself, the inside and my brain, and that is the most important thing. The rest, it's okay.
Thank you very much, Nieves, for sharing
You're
your
welcome.
tips and in this private conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to Clara and thank you to Nieves. Really interesting. Okay, so we're going to move quite along. So the next, if John, you want to come out here, so you have another Irish guy. So an Irish guy introducing another Irish guy, and as the Irish never speak well of each other, this is going to be horrible and boring and terrible and really annoying. However, so John is going to talk about the not talked about secret to hypergrowth, acceleration through customer experience. So all I have to do is make sure your presentation arrives and your clicker is working and your microphone is working. And the number is on the thing. Oh, we give him more time than that. Yeah, okay. Now we'll try it on this. Perfect. Okay, so we just got to check for slide. Like there's a presentation should appear at some stage. And it's kind of, oh, here we go, a nice big blue, you know, you used to work in Facebook. So
I did used to work in Facebook,
maybe that was
we've taken the colour with us.
Maybe that was the blue thing. And the microphone is working?
Testing.
Right,
hear me?
I'm gone. You'll be fine, you'll be fine. Don't worry, you'll
Okay,
be
so
fine.
this is good, right? This is great to be back in person, in stage, with real people in front of me. So it's been like 2 years since I've done this. But yeah, it's great to be here today. What I am going to talk to you a little bit about today is not necessarily a sales pitch from Active Campaign. What I want to talk to you about is a little bit about our journey, tell you the story of how we got there, how we started experiencing hypergrowth. And I'm really excited to share this with you. My name is John Lamphere. I'm based in Dublin. I'm Regional Vice President for both EMEA and APAC at Active Campaign. Throughout my whole career, I've been involved in companies that have scaled and grown. So I spent a bunch of years at Facebook. I started as one of the very early employees in Dublin. And after that, I spent a bunch of time in Quantcast as we grew that international business. And before Active Campaign, I was head of international at Glassdoor. And we saw, you know, Glassdoor scale across multiple different geographies, multiple different regions. And our Active Campaign has been really, really exciting. We're on a huge trajectory, and a lot of that growth that we've experienced has been based on one thing. It's the focus that we put on customer experience. So as we talk about today, I'm going to talk about the things that we did, or how we actually did things slightly differently to what is the traditional recipe of growth. So let's get started. First of all, Active Campaign, we've now got 150,000 customers. We have businesses in more countries than McDonald's operate in. We have about 850 integrations, and we're rated #1 on Trust Radius. And it's been driven by a couple of things. #1, we focused on a very specific, broad customer set. #2, we use our own product, which allows us to iterate and constantly grow, constantly make changes, but not siloing ourselves in a specific place. And #3, everything we do is driven around simplicity and being able to drive efficiencies through both our sales teams, our customer service teams, and how we interact with our customers. We've had a pretty rapid growth. We were founded in 2003. We launched our SaaS platform in 2016. This year, we surpassed 1,000 employees globally. We announced a Series C funding round, which is all really exciting. And when you look at the last couple of years, we can see this growth, and this growth is pretty amazing, right? But one of the things that I do want to call out is this period between 2003 and 2016. Through that period, we were a really small company. We had not got a lot of employees, and we spent that time learning, iterating, trying to figure out what the product was, where this sweet spot was, and how we actually added real value to our customers. And I think that's really important to call out, because as many of you are starting businesses, or depending on where on this journey you happen to be, it's so important that, like, you know, the recipe would say that you come up with this phenomenal idea, you launch it, you race, you get funding, and away you go, and you're suddenly on this rocket ship that goes. But that's not necessarily the case. And it also means that there's a tendency to build and develop a product that actually doesn't become the center of everything that our customers do. We've all heard about what it takes to be hypergrowth, right? Crushing hours, mental health diminishing, got to have an office in a really cool tech hub like San Francisco, whatever the case. But over the course of the next 13 minutes or so, I want to tell you about how we did it slightly differently. So, what have we learned? #1, the model, and everybody would say that as you start with a business and you grow into that sort of SME sector, that eventually you've got to grow out of that, right? You've got to solve for the large customer. You've got to have multi-annual contracts. That's the only way to be successful, or that's the only way to be profitable. We actually took a very different approach, and we focused on the SME sector because they had a number of needs. They have like all of the needs that every other enterprise customer has. But most of our competitors, and on this slide on the left-hand side, a lot of our partners developed beyond that, right? So they started building for those enterprise customers. We didn't. We said, this is where we want to own this space. We want to be a value add for this space, and that all our customers, we become the center of everything they do, become the center of that marketing stack. The second one was focus on our vision. So we have a CRM, we do automation, we do email, but we wanted to do this all in one place. Our customers use technology. All SMBs use technology. What we wanted to be was, as I say, the center of everything that they do. And that meant building a platform that would integrate with all of the technologies that they used, allowing them to have one single entry point into that, but also be able to do that with ease and with simplification, freeing up time for businesses to be able to focus on what they do best, right, which is running their business. We focused on sustainability. There is a lot of vanity metrics that companies go after, especially in the early stages. Focusing on web traffic, focusing on, pretty large capital funding raises, focusing on many things that cease to be core to what they do. This has become really apparent how this has allowed us to advance so phenomenally, especially over the last 2 years. The last 2 years have been tough for all businesses. But because throughout our evolution, we focused on that building a sustainable business, we focused on the things that really mattered. We focused on the things that would advance our business, but that came at a cost, right? That meant that we couldn't do everything, and we had to be okay with not doing stuff. Like, it's really interesting, and I'll give you an example of this. Like, I've listened to a couple of the speakers here over the course of this morning, and everybody makes a to-do list, right? And you go, yeah, that's really interesting, we should do that, or that's really interesting, I should do that. And I mean, at this point, like even after the morning, I've probably got like 15 things on a to-do list. But you can't do everything, right? Like if I go back and I try and do all those 15 things, I won't do them all right. I won't do them all really well. I'll do 15 things, I'll half do them. So figuring out what is really important, what's going to advance the business and staying true to that. But again, having that sort of non-goal list or being okay with sacrificing stuff is something that we've really focused on. And we continue to do that today. Really important for us. Don't overlook global markets. As we built our product, knowing that we have a really diverse customer base, we built globally, but we didn't build for specific markets. We put our product out there across all markets, across all industries, and we began to learn where the use cases were. So where we found pockets or markets that accelerated much faster than others, we learned why that was. We never forced a market, we never forced a specific segment or a specific sector of any given market. We let the market and the customer base determine where that was. And when we saw these, how organically we were driving growth within these segments, then we began to nurture it. Then we began to embed more within the community, more within partners and within various other channels in that to accelerate that growth. But very importantly, not forcing it in any one place. Today, as I said, we have business in more countries than McDonald's. Our employees now speak 26 different languages. We have employee hubs in every continent across the globe. But that also gives us broader databases, right? Broader data sets. And it allows us to continue to learn. It allows us to continue to iterate. And it also allows us to develop new use cases as we see different customers in different parts of the globe beginning to adopt our products and use it in very different ways where we never really thought about, which then enables us to come back and iterate on that and learn more. Reduce risk through optimality. We've been very pronounced about this point. So, again, as I said, we start very, very broad. We work with our customer base with the absolute ambition not to silo anyone. We also had a very clear goal that we were going to say that we were going to stay true to continue to develop products for the SMB market. And a couple of things that a couple of rules that we implemented was, number one, no one customer would represent more than 0.5% of revenue. The second rule that we have is no one sector or no one market would generate more than 15% of revenue. So when you look at our customer base, we operate across B2B, B2C, e-commerce. E-commerce is actually our biggest segment globally, but it doesn't represent more than 15%. Again, as we entered like a really unprecedented time in COVID, we looked at like sectors that we did a lot of business in, but were obviously hit more than others. So like travel, hospitality, and having that strategy reduced the risk. Now, when I talk about how we did it a little bit differently, all of the advice initially would have been focus on enterprise, focus on very specific segments, solve for that segment, but you narrow the risk. So by continuing with this optionality and this strategy has eliminated a lot of the risks and enabled us to grow even more significantly over the last 2 years as you know, e-commerce has started to grow, as various different other segments have started to grow. Invest in your community and they'll invest in you. As I said initially, we did a lot of our growth has come not from very strategic marketing or spending a ton on investment in specific markets or specific sectors. However, we have 300 plus integrations across multiple different organizations. So the ones that you know, Shopify, Spotify, Instagram, Facebook, and many other of the smaller organizations are integrated into our platform. But that is also, it's an opportunity to give our clients this single point of contact and simplicity as they run their own business. But it's also an opportunity for us to co-market. It's an opportunity for us to run joint events. So in multiple different markets, we've run hundreds and hundreds of webinars. We've run hundreds and hundreds of SMB events, all of which tie back to our partners. And this is a concept that is obviously when you think about like Red Bull or you think about Adidas, I mean, these are companies that do co-partnerships all the time, but it's quite possible across a very broad set of partners and organizations that you work with. And you think about, we can do double with the same spend, right? Like, because we're halving the cost or whatever the case may be. This is my favorite. I worked for a CEO at one point, and his philosophy was if 3 different people said no to an idea, then that would be the idea he would pursue. And the reason for that is, number one, nobody else is doing it. Number two is just because it doesn't make sense on paper doesn't actually mean it doesn't make sense, right? So if I think about, like, we've grown our business through a real focus on customer experience. That means that on paper it doesn't make sense to offer a one-to-one customer service or a free onboarding or free implementation or migration onto our platform. It really doesn't, but from a customer experience perspective, it absolutely does. You know, we were told that no, it doesn't make sense to run 200 or so small business events across multiple different geographies and multiple different markets, but the reality is it gives a way better customer experience and it integrates us way, way better into the community, which has a much greater effect, and it has like an organic sort of snowball effect. So by not doing what you shouldn't do because everybody else says no, it becomes a huge advantage. I'm going to just show this really, really quickly. This is an organization in the US, and it's not about necessarily how they use our product, it's how we continually learn and iterate from our clients. These were a brick and mortar company that offered cooking classes in the US. And when COVID hit, they had a real challenge, right? Because they were brick and mortar, they had no online presence. And we worked with them to pivot them to online. So we used email automation, we used Google Pay, we used multiple many different integration partners that we have. And we found solutions for them to be able to organize their classes, to be able to book calendars, to be able to book classes, to be able to ship physical product to them and to be able to invoice for those. Was it the best system? No. But what we learned was we learned a brand new use case for our product. And we also helped them come from being a brick and mortar store really quickly to move online in a very, very low cost, low friction way that most of their clients didn't understand. So just an example of how staying close to your customers and helping them find solutions also helps us find solutions. We understand that CS investments lead to advocacy. And this is really important for us. Internally, we have a task force or a steering committee, which is called Customer Love and Trust, of which I'm a member. And that steering committee operates across every one of our functions. And its main goal is to ensure that everything we do as a business, whether that's across sales or product or engineering, or our legal teams or our finance teams, that customer love and trust is central to everything that we do. We've declared that publicly, so on our website we've outlined that. And what that means is that we've given commitments to 2-year price locks for our clients. No charges, no unmarketable contacts will be charged for. And 42% of all revenue we make goes back into R&D to make the product better for our customers. So something that we've declared and committed to publicly, and something that aids and benefits all of our customer base and has helped us grow pretty exponentially over the last while. We became our own best customer. So why is this really important? We use ActiveCampaign for ActiveCampaign. We scaled to 1,000 people from what was a very, very small company. But what that's allowed us to do is to make sure that we stay ahead, to make sure that we are continually developing products, that our customers can't outgrow our products. Because if we're grown and scaled to 1,000 people across multiple different regions across the globe, that means that our customers can do the same thing using our products. And last, we learned to balance both automation and human touch. On one side, being 100% reliable with everything that we do from an automation perspective, but for two, not sacrificing that wow factor, which you get through that human interaction. And finding that right balance across both of those is critically important. And having that sort of sweet spot or that focus on what is the best that gives the best of both worlds has again enabled us to scale and grow. So, thank you for your time today. It's been absolutely super being back here. If anybody wants any more details or I can help in any way, customer experience automation, go to activecampaign.com and you'll find a ton of stuff there about how you can help your own customers. Or if I can give any more information to any of you as you start to scale your business, please don't hesitate to reach out for me. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Well done. Okay, you can bring the microphone and the clicker in. Thank you so much. Okay. So as soon as John disappears into the room, then our next 3 speakers come out. This is actually a panel I'm really looking forward to. This is Magdalena from Gorillas. I don't know those of you that are pushing their ads all over social media. Pep, who I've known for a long time, and also Robin, who's always asked interesting questions. So if you could come out, please, Robin. There you go. Big decision as to whether he would go with the T-shirt or the hoodie. In the end, we went with the T-shirt, but maybe he'll wear the hoodie for the other panels. Then Magdalena from Gorillas, and also Pep, who you might know from Fever, but he has other companies that he's doing now. So just speak into all the microphones, and then we're ready to go. Testing?
Fantastic, it works.
Magdalena.
Hello.
And then Pep.
Hey.
Right, I'm disappearing. Have fun.
Thanks, Joe, for the quick introduction. It's always good to see Joe. Good to see you guys as well. We're going to talk about hypergrowth and sustainability, whether you can marry both of them. We're going to dive right in because I know we're sort of delayed in time. My name is Robin Wouters from Tech.eu, and I'm very, very delighted to be the host of this panel. We're going to talk about how, because we all know companies that are scaling very fast. We all know companies are embedding sustainability very deeply into their operations. We're going to see if you can do both of that at the same company. And to do that with us, we have Magdalena Suskevic. He's from Gorillas, Spain, very well-known company. Not without controversy, but a very interesting company to follow. And we have Pep Gomez from Raby. So maybe, like any panel starts, maybe a quick introduction about what you do and what the company does.
Amazing. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Magdalena Suskevic. I'm originally from Poland. I'm the general manager for Gorillas Spain. I started in April and we launched the operation in July. And basically what we do, we are a on-demand rapid delivery app focused on groceries. So basically we deliver whatever our users desire from our 2,000 different products in all sorts of categories in grocery, from bakery, fresh fruit, vegetables, meat, ambient, in about 10 minutes to their doorstep.
Great, Pep.
So I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm actually originally from Castellón, which is in Valencia. So I'm actually from here. I started 2 companies before. The first company is called Fever. We are the leading event discovery platform in the world. We're in over, I think, 120 cities. Very, very large company. And then I was doing that for some years, and then I decided to start my new thing, which is Raby. What we do at Raby is we are the leading manufacturer and distributor of public sharing electric vehicles in Southern Europe. So essentially we're the leaders in Spain, Italy, in manufacturing vehicles, electric vehicles, EVs, made for sharing. So for like all these things, patinetes, you see all these mopeds, all of that, we do it ourselves, we make it ourselves, and it's made to be shared or for intensive use. That's what we do.
Great. Well, the combined topic is sustainability and growth. Let's tackle growth first. Maybe paint us a picture of what kind of hyper-growth your company is going through at the moment. And if you want to share some hard numbers along with that, that's always very, very helpful. Pep, maybe this time we'll start with you.
Sure. I mean, with Fever, I think this is publicly known, so I don't think I'm disclosing any. So the company is about to, I think, make around 55 million in commissions this year, so it's been growing very, very heavily. It's a company that I think it will be in stage of Series D, I think now, or pre-IPO, so they are planning to go IPO very soon. And that's been doubling, so that's been for the last 10 years. So it's been pure consumer play of growing very sustainably. And then the second company, which is Raby, which I started 2 years and a half ago, we made 4 million the first year. Second year we made 10 million. This year we're going to make 20 million. So we're essentially doubling year on year. Importantly here, with what I said about sustainability, is that we are very efficient in capital. So we have these numbers which, essentially are, let's say, maybe small numbers for a super large, but they're actually pretty big if you compare it with the amount invested. So it's actually very profitable and sustainable business, and we're really happy for that as well. Because especially in our industry, which is scooters and so on, everybody loses money, and it's it's not really nice in general.
Okay, we'll dive a little bit deeper into that in a minute. Magdalena.
So it's worth maybe mentioning again, Gorillas is only about a year old globally. We launched in Spain in July, and our growth really has been, we're one of the fastest growing unicorns in Europe, and that's for a reason. We're right now in 60 different cities in 9 countries in Europe and also in the US. We've got 200 warehouses, which is the base of our operation. We're really growing very fast in terms of building that infrastructure, which is really challenging the old ways of doing retail, So it's not only expanding the infrastructure, it's at the same time inventing new ways of the kind of traditional old models of retail. In Spain, we are in 4 cities. Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, of course. So everybody here, if you're sitting here in the audience, you can download our app, Gorillas, and try it out for yourself. and we grow 50% week over week in Spain since the opening. So it's just marvelous to see how fast people change those old habits of buying maybe groceries once a week, once every 2 weeks in bulk, and being a little bit more sustainable in their approach, buying it on demand in the moment when they actually need it, caring also about the ways that their consumption habits produce.
All right, well, let's dive into the sustainability side of the equation. Of course, when I think hyper-growth companies, I've been writing about scale-ups and startups for the last 15 years. The word sustainability and environmentally friendly were not terms that would come up in these conversations quite a lot until about 2 years ago. And it's still not always the case. When entrepreneurs build very big scale-ups, usually what they want to talk about is their growth and their talent and their challenges in finding funding and opening new markets. Sustainability and being environmentally friendly doesn't typically come up in conversations quite a lot. For you guys, it does. So I want to sort of give you a moment to sort of highlight the efforts that you make within the company to really drive to be a very sustainable company. And then after that, we'll jump into if you can actually marry this to hyper-growth strategies with sustainability. But maybe first, dive into the efforts that you're making, maybe outline some of the initiatives that you've done in the past.
For us, sustainability is not only something we make effort to build into our operation, it's the base of our operation. And we really believe that at the core, if you do the business in the right way, in the sustainable way, it's going to be the right business long term. Sometimes, yes, it's going to require extra effort, extra investment at the beginning. But long term, this is going to be good for the environment, for the society, but also for your profits. And I think this is the most compelling argument we can actually make for other companies to follow that and to work together. And it might at the beginning look like a steep mountain to climb, but really nowadays the landscape has changed, as you've mentioned, Robin, completely in the last year or two. In Spain is actually one of the leading countries on the European platform to drive those efforts. And companies like PEPS, our company Gorillas, working with the government organizations has never been as easy as it is really right now. Everybody's looking to work together, to look for synergies to make that impact. And for us, for Gorillas, just to mention super briefly, a couple of areas of those impacts. So we start with, of course, and this is our combined effort as well between the mobility and Gorillas. We deliver in 10 minutes. Very often people think, oh, is 10 minutes at the cost of maybe efficiency of the environment? Actually, it's not. That 10-minute, yes, it's very good for the users, but actually it's the best way to do logistics so that we minimize the traffic in the cities. Not sure if you know, Robin, we deliver 90% of our orders with bicycles. So we really go down on traffic in the cities hugely. On the other hand, also it optimizes, we've got 2,000 different products. Typical supermarkets might have a lot more, but often the studies find that more choice doesn't necessarily mean better experience for the users. So we do a lot of work on optimizing the assortment, marrying this category, art of category management, because that one is a little bit of more on the art side, with the data scientific approach, so that our users can have the best optimal experience, but also to optimize the platform with our partnerships, direct partnerships, local, really good quality producers, so that we can be perfect partner and supporter in their marketing, distribution, basically growing together as a win-win, producing less waste.
It's a great summary. Pep, of course, you're in the market with Raby with electric vehicles, so that already covers sort of the sustainability aspect. What more do you do that you think is worth mentioning here in terms of environmentally friendly efforts?
Yeah, so I think there are two things. So one thing is about Gorillas. I love two things that they really do for sustainability implicitly in their business, right? One of them is, I don't know if I'm sure you all use the Globo and these things, and it takes you 1 hour, and there's somebody driving for 1 hour in traffic and destroying traffic. What they do is 10 minutes, 8 minutes, and it's super efficient, and they really stop traffic and accidents and all of that, because there's a lot of rush in trying to make unit economics work, but then trips of 1 hour. And what they do is really, really sustainable. Then the second thing they do is, for them, if you get used, I use Gorillas all the time in London, and for me, it doesn't really make sense to go to Whole Foods and buy the purchase of the week or whatever this thing, because I'm a single, and there's many people, I mean, not single, but like I'm not with kids, right? So the thing is like, for me, it's the simple best solution, because I will not produce waste, because I will just order what I'm going to cook, or
whatever, right? But if I have to do a full purchase, I know I'm going to be throwing food because and there's many people like me. It's not my case. There's many people that are executives, whatever, then the food gets balanced on Revit. So essentially, you know, for us, sustainability, we really are into our core. I mean, wouldn't make sense for us to build a business where we say that, you know, everybody else is wrong and we are right in our view. By producing vehicles that have plastic, so we don't do any vehicle that has plastic. We wouldn't be saying that others are wrong and we are right when we say that, you know, we assemble the things with special centers for minorities, and the other people don't do this. And we wouldn't be, you know, different and say the others are wrong and we are right when we talk about, you know, the efficiency in monetary sustainability. So essentially, we don't use, and by the way, Gorillas is doing this as well very well. We don't use like Globers or falsos autónomos. I'm not accusing Globe. I'm just saying that, you know, we're trying to do things right, and we think there's a possibility to make something sustainable and profitable without taking advantage of bending the rules of the system. And then that's, for us, is sustainability. And by the way, Gorillas, I think, is in the same approach.
I love the point, if I can add something. Actually, sustainability can be so many things, right? Because we're thinking about sustainability immediately about environment, and of course this is a huge part of the effort by all the countries and companies nowadays. And just to bring one point for me that is shocking, I mean, Spain is 7th country in terms of waste production in European Union, 14th in the world. This is maybe on a little bit more negative side, but on the positive side, this is also, Spain is one of the countries that is making most effort right now to make the adjustments towards sustainability. So for example, we've been collaborating and we were invited by the Minister of Agriculture and Food to collaborate together on working on the proposal or discussing the proposal of the new laws that would work on prevention of the waste for all the companies applicable. So that would be for 2023. On another front, we are all familiar, and Pep has brought it up, the law of hiring the employees, and especially the so-called gig economy workers. And again, every company has different needs, and also every person has different needs in terms of their flexibility. So of course that model might be efficient for some, but I think companies like ours believe that there is a certain benefit to added commitment. You know, if we have all our employees hired on full-time contracts. Some of them have part-time, but they're all covered with insurance, with full salary benefits. We give them equipment. We ensure that they have the protection gear in the warehouses. And I think that extra investment that every company that really chooses that path, whatever we put at the beginning of it, it brings the benefits down the line. So that sustainability, just closing it in one point, is not only the environment, is the sustainability for the community, making it easier for people to plan what they're going to eat. You know, we don't only have products in our platform, we actually provide recipes, and we partner with great chefs, food or health-conscious influencers, recipe platforms, so that you don't have to even think about what you're going to cook. You can just go to the app, pick the recipe you like, ideally healthy, because this is our focus as well, and get it delivered in 10 minutes.
So all of that's great, but as I was researching this topic for this panel, I was left with the question, because I think it's great that you sort of embed sustainability in different ways into your business model. But you don't operate in a vacuum, so there's competitors out there that might not, you know, just take the hypergrowth route without dealing too much with the sustainability part, and they might grow faster. They might, you know, sort of overtake you in some markets for that reason alone. So, is that a concern for you that, you know, by taking this route, you might slow growth than the competitors out there?
Well, I think this is the same for both of us, to be honest. I think we both see that there's many people who can raise more money, they can burn more money. In my case, it's crazy. Like in her case, because they already raised some money, so it's not like they are the smallest guys out there. But what I'm trying to say is that, you know, there's many cases. In my case, this has been happening since day one, and we're not really scared about that because we think, like, you know, investments in this kind of food delivery, transportation, this comes and goes, and then I think, you know, like the ones that stay. I mean, you really need to have a long-term vision about defending your thesis. Investment thesis, right? When you create a company, how do you, I mean, this is what you defend, and then stick to that. And if you do that, you know, it may play wrong, or I mean, what for sure wouldn't work is if you say, I want to do this, and then, oh, magically, because somebody else is raising money, I'm going to change my strategy and do that. So in our case, we don't operate in open markets. We will never do that. We only operate, we have a public administration contract. This has been since day one this way. We never change this. In our case, we never buy from third parties. Sometimes this is very bad for us because, it would be easier to go to Segway and buy Xiaomi scooters. This would be super easy, right? But then we will have vandalism, and then we will have a lot of after sales. So we decided to go our route, and at the beginning it sounds more expensive to spend more time on the top of the funnel, but we're not there in the market to optimize by the end of the funnel. Same thing when I was thinking about the gorillas, which I think is a very interesting example she said about recipes. The user understands that he's paying a premium, and that premium, the perception for the user of that premium is smaller when you give this kind of added value recipe, what am I going to do cooking tonight instead of ordering Uber Eats, right? And this kind of concept, within that margin extra that you pay, that's where you put the seguridad social of the Glover that now has a full-time job and you can pay the taxes, right? So I think their way of thinking is intrinsical within their business model, but it just works. It just works because they add a value because it's now, and I want it now, and I have it now, and it's good quality. And in exchange of that, I will pay a premium, but that will pay and make the business sustainable. The business won't be sustainable because you are, bending rules. It will be sustainable because you offer really added value, right?
Magdalena, we're almost out of time, but I want your take on this as well because you're in a hyper-competitive space. So.
Just to put it into perspective, we're talking about a lot of investment, burning cash and competition. Gorillas just raised Series C, $1 billion. Of course, that sounds like a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. It doesn't sound like a lot of money.
But how about $1.6 trillion? You know what that number is? That's the waste. That's the value of waste that we produce globally every year. So for me, that's why I like to see things in perspective. 1 billion towards, and of course we want to be a sustainable business and we want to impact really big problems globally. And 1.6 trillion in waste, but 1.2 billion tons of food are wasted every year. So just to put that into perspective, I think this is still worth that money and worth the try, and worth, of course, we're going to be investigating, doing A/B testing and learning on the go. It's a new path for all the companies in the rapid delivery and quick commerce. So, of course, it's going to be controversial, as you mentioned at the beginning. We want to do the right things, and we're gonna learn on the way. Now, about the competition, and Pep mentioned maybe increased.
Just time's up, so make it quick.
I'm gonna close it with one. We believe quick commerce has space, same way as the traditional way of doing retails for multiple players, and being very efficient, especially in the retail, focusing on very good assortment selection, building partnerships with direct quality producers in the space. If we focus, for example, like us, on 2,000, maybe we're going to go for a specific type of user. Our competitors are going to go for another, and there's really space for everyone here.
Great. Well, you heard it here first. You can build a hyper-growth company by taking sustainability into account as well. Magdalena, Pep, it's been an honor to moderate this panel, especially with all the fish behind us. How crazy
Thank you very much.
I see Joe's already eyeballing me, so I'm going to say so long and thanks for all the fish. And I'll be back in an hour for another panel.
Thank you so much.
Adam jokes that my microphone, but cracking Douglas Adams joke there from Robin, never fails to deliver. Okay, so thank you, Magna, thank you, Pep, and thank you, Robin. Okay, so we continue now along. We're going to move to the world of culture and vision. Always an interesting, us business school professors talk endlessly about creating culture and all of these kind of things. So if we could have Ben and Eloy to come out, please. And there we go. Ben is one of the organizers of this. So he sort of in many ways deserves a round of applause for Ben for putting together all this organization.
Thank you.
When I ask for a round of applause, I demand a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Very much. Okay, and we also have Eli. So just got to check always the microphones are working. So if you can just go hello.
Yes, yes, yes.
And
Thank you,
Eli,
Joe.
Perfect. Oh, I didn't get anything there. No.
Keep talking.
Keep talking.
Vale.
Bang is amazing.
Yeah, Eloy is the greatest.
Keep talking, keep talking.
Also good, Joe. I like you too. It's working now.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
We're
right,
good.
I'm off. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.
I'm trying something new, which is to put my phone inside my stuff, but it's not going to work, so I'm just going to go ahead. Eloy, co-founder and CEO at Jeff, a global company with a presence in 35 countries, promising us the good life, and one of the most successful startups in the region. I interviewed you a couple of times already. Your first fireside chat was here in Valencia, April 2019. Back then, your company was called Mr. Jeff. So what happened in the past 2.5 years, and why the good life?
So Mr. Jeff was too long, so just Jeff. No, kidding. So basically, we started with laundry services, and then we expanded into new day-to-day services. We have today fitness, beauty, co-working, and now launching coffee. So if you want a coffee, please go to the stands over there to enjoy an amazing coffee from us. And also, we have been evolving and making life easier for people. That's why the good life.
I really like this topic. You know, we're part of a track that's called the Good Growth. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about your KPIs. I know it sounds maybe boring, but we're in a startup event. A lot of people here are curious to know what it means to go through hyper-growth for a company like Jeff.
So it was very tough. So for us, we growth a lot 2018, 2018. We have a very challenging time over 2020 with COVID happening, because at the end we have omni-channel industries, so we offer entrepreneurs the opportunity to create their own business with an offline presence and online presence also, but offline. And 2021, we have been able to expand into US. This has helped us a lot to achieve our KPIs. So we're going to end the year with more than 20 million ARR, end of this year.
20 million? Can you tell to the audience what is ARR? Did you just drop the word?
So annualized recurring revenue, and that's one of the main metrics when you're looking at software companies. So the first question of an investor is, okay, what's your ARR? Yeah. How much is
your R? Okay. Yeah. So 20 million annual, that's amazing. One thing that changed a lot since we first met is how you position yourself as a company. Instead of talking about kind of a franchise business, that was really what I could think of you guys at the early days. Now you're really talking about democratizing entrepreneurship. That's kind of your mission statement, is to help hundreds, thousands, millions of people to launch their own company, right? Tell us more about this vision.
Well, we are a franchise company because we have not another option. So we don't have any special ambition to become a franchise. The reason why we are a franchise is because we have our brand in real or locations out there. So if you have that and you suggest a model, you have to be a franchise in most of the countries of the world. The mission has been always the same, try to make it easier for the entrepreneur. But now we are trying to do it in more ways. So how they have an easy product to use that can help them to be successful, but also a product that is easier to start. So how can we decrease the financial barriers to start a business? And we're trying to do both. At the beginning, we were very focused just in the software part. Now we're trying to also decrease the financial barriers.
And how do you do this a bit more specifically, if you can share? I don't know, I want to start a Jeff, business in France.
So what happens in the online business, if you remember 10, 15 years ago, you need to buy a server, put it in a locker room, then you have to pay a lot to develop your website. So all of that to start the business is around $500,000 or 200,000. And this has been decreasing to a point where you can start your business with Shopify for free. In the offline world, this is not happening. So what we are trying to do is, if you want to start a beauty shop or a fitness concept or a laundry with us, reach a point where you can start with zero. So what we are trying to do is looking for real estate partners that help us to go for a location, rebuild the location using our concepts. So the entrepreneur, instead of have to look for a location, invest 100,000 to remodel it, invest 5,000 and start to operate. So this is a game changer. So because we are decreasing the cost to become entrepreneur 10 to 20 times. And our idea is to go farther and reach a point where you can start with zero, with a location ready for you, and with initial cash flow to start to invest in marketing and also pay your first bill. So we are trying to build this ecosystem for the entrepreneurs.
I love it. We're going to talk a bit more about the education part. One question that brings this topic to mind is how important it is for those businesses to leverage your brand, to already use an existing brand like Jeff. Can you tell us, if you have any, again, KPIs, like stuff that we can learn from?
Absolutely. Again, this comes to the topic of how can we help the entrepreneur. So for us, have one brand or 20 brands is not a main point. Is good or bad for the entrepreneur to have the same brand? What we have seen and discovered last years is, for example, in Mexico City, where we have been growing a lot last years, quite a new customer today for entrepreneur is 4 times cheaper than it was for the same entrepreneur 3 years ago. So it's a lot. If the cost of acquisition of a new customer is 5 instead of 20, well, you need 4 times less capital, and you have 4 options to be more successful.
These are from Mexico, you said?
Yeah, it's an example in Mexico City, but at the end happens globally. And we not want just to have one brand that help decrease. Also, if you have different services, what we are seeing is a lot of cross-selling. So think about yourself. When you go into Amazon, you can end up buying a book or buying a washer, if you're not using Mr. Jeff, a big mistake. But you can find different things in the marketplace, and it's what we're trying to offer for the customers. And this way is helping the entrepreneurs to have this cross-selling and decrease again the cost to acquire an end consumer.
I really find it fascinating. The other angle I was mentioning earlier, if you're democratizing entrepreneurship, like if you think here in the startup business, you would have, accelerators, you have, maybe business schools. Like learning education will be a key area for anyone to be successful, or at least learn from your peers, all these things, right? How do you do that? How do you educate the people launching a Jeff business?
So when we have a product that helps you to learn since the beginning, we have the academy where we have different learning process that help the entrepreneur to understand what they have to do. And then we connect the day-to-day business with recommendations about videos and things that they can do to improve. So education should not be static and it should be open. So we have different things that help people when they start, but also when they are operating the business. So the solution and the software that we offer helps these people to create the concepts.
It helps you in terms of operational cost. I know I talk about very specific stuff, but I feel like this is the type of topic I want to learn from you. To reduce, for example, the cost of customer success. Like you have to spend less money in your own staff because you have all this educational program and this video and this content available, right?
Yes, at the end, a good operator has much less customer success expenses because if you have less problems with your delivery, if you deliver on time, you have less people claiming that you are not arriving on time. If you are doing a good job each time that you have a fitness class, no one will be calling you that the trainer was not good enough. So if you have a good quality, you have less customer success, quality at the end makes the big difference between a success and not.
Tell us, you recently launched in the US. You mentioned that earlier. How is it? It must be super different from what you've been doing so far, right? You were operating. One of the things that I learned from you 2.5 years ago is that you were looking, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you were looking more at what we would call emerging markets, like places that would be maybe easier for you to get the space, like launch fast and get into 35 countries so fast. Now you say, okay, now let's go to the US, we go to New York.
Yeah, so we were not ready to compete in the US and Europe. So it's very expensive to be in Northern Europe and the US, especially coming from Spain. Even if we have raised some decent amount of capital, it's not enough. So if you really want to build an amazing product, you have to invest a lot in the product. And in the US, we have been able to launch because we closed a partnership with the biggest laundromat company in the US that they decide to rebrand all the stores with us in the next 24 months, and now the second biggest one. So the product is mature. We are ready to go there because we have this amazing partnership, and now we are launching into the country.
Which other countries? Can you say, or it's not? It's confidential.
What? The companies?
Other countries? No, other countries. Are you launching after the US?
So Canada, that we are launching in April, and Europe, that we are going to be launching. So we are not present yet in France, UK. We are starting now with our first operation in January, opening there, and also Germany.
And is it, it's going to be a perfect transition for me to talk about the talent here in Valencia. Is it something that your employees are excited about? Like to go and say, can I go and work in the US, go to work in New York, and being like one of the first Jeff team member out there to plant the seed? Is it something that you see in your team and your company?
So in our case, we have people from different nationalities. So less than 20% of our team comes from Valencia. More than 60% of our people are not from Spain. So we are a quite unique case in that topic. What we have done is effectively, so one of the two co-founders are living there now in the US, and we have a small squad that has been recently working and launching the opportunity. Long-time employees with us that now they move there doing an amazing job.
So tell us more about your experience here in Valencia. You decided to launch Jeff here. Like if you were not based in Valencia. You said, okay, where do we go to launch this new business? You start here. Now you're growing crazy. You were telling us 60% of your employees are from outside of Spain. Is it easy? Is it getting easier? How is it to retain talent, to get the talent? Like, you tell us this story. Like, I'm sure a lot of people must be fascinated when they hear the numbers that you have managed to bring in.
That's a very good question. So I think in the early days, being Valencia is very good because the cost of have good talent has been very competitive. After this new world, where people can be hired remotely, I think this will not be an asset. So I think in 24 months, 36 months, most of these barriers will be removed. People is amazing wherever they are based. So salary has not been linked to that. But I think one good thing is the city where we are living. So the quality of life of the city, I think, will help a lot in retention, something that we have seen, especially in tech positions. And one of the challenges that the city has is that not that many people have been scaling companies to 20, 30, 50 IPO. So we lack that in the city. So the challenge that we have is to attract these people who have done it before, have people that has been working from scratch, and combine both. I think Valencia is a perfect match because most of these people have been working for years in Silicon Valley or Berlin or another tech hubs.
Or Dublin or this type of place.
Yeah. Being here, what we are seeing is that people really like the idea.
Got it. And a quick one, I want to have two more questions before we get to the end. One thing that we discussed is how you would keep the culture and aligned, when you're growing so fast, like people coming from all over the world. How do you do that? Like a couple of tips that you can share to go from 10 people to 300, 400, 500? How do you make this so that everybody is aligned in terms of culture?
Growth. So the only thing that aligns culture is growth. If you grow, you're aligned. If you don't grow, you're not aligned.
Got it, okay. And how you measure that?
Huh?
How do you measure this?
We have seen it. So
yeah?
we were more flat or not growing that much. Our culture was much worse. When we were growing like crazy, our culture has been amazing. So growth excites people and aligns interest because you are seeing things happen. I don't know, I have to speak with many founders that have experienced the same. So if you really want to create something unique, be sure that you're growing. If you're growing, things will work.
I love it. Quick one, I asked you this time, this same question the other time. Can you share with the audience what is your biggest mistake or fuck up that you ever did, with the company?
So I think one has been not hiring enough good talent in key moments. So scaling is very difficult. Don't be afraid to hire really good people and fire faster. So yesterday, Felipe from Joan Talent shared with me an insight that I like it a lot is that each management people that you hire are a really great level. If at least 1 out of 2 that you hire succeed, is a lot. So normally it's 1 out of 3. So wow, if you hire a great position and you think it's not the right person, just fire them.
Move on. Okay, my last question. The next session is also hosted by you guys. It's with Stoneweg, and I wanted to know what do you expect from Javier Vida's presentation. I feel like it's a good way to getting him, and maybe you tell us what do you want to learn from him.
I think real estate has a unique opportunity nowadays. I think what we're going to see in the future is a change of many business that has been using big locations. So Gorilla's example, right? So from small warehouses to big supermarkets, but not just their kitchens. I think services, we're going to be, including ourselves, because we have beauty, we have laundry, we have fitness. We're going to have bigger and bigger spaces in the cities. So I think we're going to see new neighborhoods coming up with new strategies, and I think have people like Stoneweg trying to do things with startups is key. I think the next big opportunity will not be just blockchain, of course, and online businesses, but also the new cities that will be emerging after this pandemic.
Thank you so much, Eloy, for joining us today. Our time is up. We can see you have a booth over there, right?
Sure.
In the market.
Yeah, please, have a coffee there.
Yeah, have a coffee and get hired. See you guys.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay, hello. Thank you for Ben. I mean, if you don't finish on time, then there's like no history in the world. Well done, and gracias, Eloy, very much. Okay, guys, so we continue. We have one panel and another panel to go, and then we release you all for lunch. And if we could have Javier to come out, please. Javier is going to talk to us about the world of retail entrepreneurs and real estate. So, Javier, I know you're in there because I just spoke to you 5 minutes ago. So if you could come out. Javier, come on. Let's go. You know, it's so very exciting. Oh, he's got a round of applause. He must have. Did you bring supporters? Did you? You must have brought someone. Someone thinks you're cool. Someone thinks you're cool. Okay, so we just got to make sure that your presentation appears and it's the right presentation. Oh, you're sitting down, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Hello.
Okay. Very real estate, very kind of, you know, none of this dynamic entrepreneur stuff. Okay, so I would like to see your presentation. So I just got to make sure that that's up there.
Me too.
Okay, fantastic. And your microphone's working?
Yeah.
Okay, you're on your own from here.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank to the organizers and also Jeff, which is our host, for giving us the opportunity to be here. And also Stonbeck for giving me in particular the chance to speak to all of you. Así que moltes gràcies a tots. Okay. Well, I'm here today to briefly explain you where we see the opportunity when it... I'm here to explain you where we are and where we see the opportunity when it comes to combining traditional real estate investments and technology. Instead of using an abstract presentation about the industry, we thought it could be very interesting for you to understand what we are actually doing and why we decided to become Globo's partners in its expansion within the quick commerce sector. Finally, I'll give you some ideas on where we see the opportunity in terms of growing and also with regard to the improving of internal processes. Okay, so who we are, Stonbeck is an international real estate investment manager with offices in 8 countries across Europe and the US. After 6 years from inception, we are currently managing over 4 billion in real estate assets, and we are more than 140 professionals right now. Okay, so what's the market opportunity that led us to become Globo's partner in real estate? On the one hand, the coronavirus pandemic has had a significant effect on the real estate market, especially in the commercial real estate and more in particular in the retail spaces, which have suffered a tremendous shock in reducing the availability of supply and hence driving prices down. In parallel, the pandemic has had a significant effect also on the way we live in multiple manners and has been a catalyst for the acceleration of a trend that was already there, but would probably have taken years to gain so much traction. And I'm talking about the quick commerce that I will explain later on. And on the other hand, amid these changes, we have found that traditional real estate investors are asking more and more the incorporation of the technology into their real estate portfolios. Okay, so let's focus on the second trend that I was mentioning before, which is the growth of the so-called quick commerce. What's quick commerce? It's the natural evolution of the e-commerce, being the immediacy the key factor. So people just want to have at home whatever they want as fast as possible. We don't want to wait, we want it now. That's something that has been discussed before by several speakers like Magdalena from Gorillas. As you see in the graph at right, in only 10 years, the number of users who order goods online in Europe has grown from approximately 50% to almost 80%. And as I mentioned before, the pandemic has had a tremendous effect here. The lockdown, having to stay at home and not being able to going out is what has produced this acceleration. The closing of stores made people turn to their phones to order whatever they needed, and they wanted to have it as fast as possible. As a consequence, the number of users that understand the benefits of delivery and actually use it have increased dramatically. As shown in the chart below, in Europe in 2020, 40% of products ordered online were either groceries or food and beverage, something which was hard to imagine several years ago. Okay. So what's our partnership with Glovo about? We basically closed an agreement with Glovo to become their real estate partners and support them in its quick commerce expansion across Europe. We basically look for properties wherever they are interested in start their business. We make sure that everything is fine in terms of legal conditions, technical conditions. We negotiate the acquisition. We also refurbish the property, and finally, we deliver it to Glovo and rent it to them under pre-established conditions. So the key point here is that everyone focus on its core business. What kind of assets we are investing in? There are basically two so far, which are the micro-fulfillment centers, or dark stores, and the cook rooms or dark kitchens. We have also included a brief case study without pretending being exhaustive, just for you to better understand what we are doing. This is precisely a micro-fulfillment center here in Valencia that we, after analyzing more than 30 assets, we acquired, refurbished, and delivered to Glovo. We have also included a brief summary on the process we follow. I don't want to bore you with all the details here. The important thing that this is a very process-driven type of collaboration with the partner, and both teams must be very integrated. And that's what we have been doing with them in the following months. Okay, so far I've basically explained why we believe in Q-commerce and how we have implemented our investment thesis there. But the reality is that the potential growth when it comes to combining real estate, traditional investment, and technology is almost infinite. Of course, we are all aware how PropTech companies have been gaining weight within the digital landscape. But one thing what is important to understand is that the risk linked to the real estate itself is different from the risks which is associated with investing in real estate-related digital companies. And as a consequence, the investor pool should be probably different. What I want to emphasize here is that real estate investment managers like us, with a broad range of traditional real estate investors, may become the best partner for tech-enabled companies which are willing to grow within the real estate sector, either directly, like PropTech companies, or indirectly, like, for example, Q-commerce players. We have drawn these basic metrics just to show you where the opportunities of growth are, and also that what I've been talking about until now, which is the Q-commerce, represents only a tiny part, considering the whole spectrum of possibilities. We have included several real estate asset classes and also several potential strategies, from buy to rent, which is what we are currently doing with Glovo, to, for example, providing debt in all type of asset classes and also strategies. And this is not a theoretical exercise. The reality is that we've been working in the past months, in several of those potential combinations, and we've been talking to several partners, and we hope to start working with them as soon as possible. In parallel, there is another area where we see huge potential for collaboration with tech companies, which is the improvement of processes for us to become more scalable. Because the reality is that, for example, when we talk about acquiring small assets and refurbishing them, the first thing that comes to any investor mind, and any real estate investor mind, is how are you going to do it? Is it efficient? How many people do you need to make it possible, right? And the answer to that question strongly depends on the level of standardization of the process and the tools that are used to optimize every step of the process. From the very beginning, when we started working with Globo, we have put a strong focus on improving the level of standardization of the process, but that's not enough. And that's why we are aiming at partnering with tech providers to improve it. There are lots of technologies already developed. We have just shown some of them, and we believe that this is the best way to go here. So I think the time is up, so thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Time, because we know that we took some time off your presentation, so you're extremely polite. Okay, the next panel can come out here. Yolanda is going to introduce everyone. So if Yolanda, you want to come out, and Jose and everyone, and we'll get everything moving along. Okay, so I know Yolanda is ready with the micro, and we're just waiting for everybody else to come out. It's a very small room inside, so okay, let's. It's all fun and games here. We just got to get people. Yeah, they're on their way. You know, there's usual like, do you want a hand mic? Do you want like the head mic? You know, it's all fun and games. Perfectly. Okay.
I want to be on the side.
Yeah, you got fishes, Red Sea, and you got all sorts of stuff. Okay.
No, Yolanda is going to do a little intro, but you can.
Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Oh no? Oh, she wants to speak. Oh, okay.
You're going to get something as soon as.
Hora de comer pura, Era menos
No.
comer.
Yeah, now. Thank you. Yeah, I was saying that I'm Yolanda Perez, Be Startup Director at Banco Sabadell, and that we are really very proud of being part of this Valencian ecosystem that has been able to organize such a big event that I think that it's clearly surpassing all the expectations. Well, I'm going to introduce the next, the panel that we have organized. The name is Accelerating Growth, because we absolutely wanted to lead a panel about this issue, because we really think that this is where we have to focus as ecosystem in growth, in accelerating growth. Nowadays, this is the issue to be very focused, as I was saying. And well, this is the last panel before lunch. I know that it's tough to be here now. You are tired, but I'm sure, I promise you that you will be happy to have stayed, because we are going to have very complementary visions with different panelists with very interesting lessons learned. Before that, let me explain to you in a nutshell what we do in Be a Startup. Mainly, we do banking for startups, for scale-ups, for venture capital. We started 8 years ago. We were pioneers in Spain in this, and we have been, all these years, we have been specializing products, specializing services, and specializing teams at the end of the day, in order to serve better this kind of businesses that needs different services at the end of the day. Nowadays, we serve more than 4,000 companies in Spain, and well, the other thing that we do is also we act as a venture capital. We are one of the most active investors in early stage. We currently have 57 investees in our portfolio. They are performing very well. Altogether have raised more than 180 million euros after the early stage investment. And they have more than 1,300 employees altogether. Between them, we have companies as Redpoints, or Kobe, or Inbrain, Exotica. Exotica we have invited here today because it's a great example of growth and of acceleration, and also because Pere Vallès, his CEO, is a seasoned entrepreneur with a huge experience on accelerating companies. From our perspective as a banking, as a bank of the mainly all the scale-ups in Spain, we have the opportunity to see the enormous growth that they are having nowadays in Spain. We have the privilege, as I said, to serve also the best performers, and every day we are seeing how this is being accelerated. We can see companies less than 5 years old that are billing hundreds of million euros, that are even going IPO. We have the opportunity also to see the huge rounds that they are receiving nowadays. Every week we see another big round. They are getting more and more complex. And I think that we are all aware that this year is going to be a record year in Spain. The total amount of investment in startups is going to be more than 3 times our best year ever. And this is mainly because of the investment, the rounds in C, the round C and the growth rounds that we are having here in Spain today. So to talk about that, we will have José Carol from our side, from BS Startup, and from a growth perspective, we will have Pablo Medina from Equite Growth. And the other thing that we are observing, and that I think that it's really, really important, is the increase of M&A between startups. The M&A in this arena is getting more and more important as a way of gaining, of inorganic growth at the end of the day. So, and to talk about that, we have with us Joaquin Duran from Arcano Blue Bull. And well, I will ask to talk about all that. I will ask the panelists to take the stage, please. And I have also to introduce our moderator, that is going to be Robin Waters from Tech EU. Robin is one of the main mover and shakers of the European arena, Thank you very much, Robin. And well, please, let's give them a warm applause.
You can take the masks off. Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Yolanda. Always good to see her at these events, and also good to be back in person, real life. It's so good. We're going to talk about growth. We only have 25 minutes, so we're going to go right in. But every panel starts with introductions. This one is no different. But if you introduce yourself, I'm going to ask a question on top of that. What does the word growth for you mean in a professional context? So first say who you are, what you do, and then say what does growth mean to you? How do you define it in a professional context? Pere, I'm going to start with you.
Well, my name is Pere Vallès. I'm the CEO of Exotica, which is a travel tech company that is disrupting multi-day tour packages. Multi-day tour packages is probably one of the last segments of the travel industry that is still in the hands of the traditional brick-and-mortar travel agencies. And we're bringing this market online, as it has happened with flights or with hotels. We are a 75 million euro company in terms of sales, 200 employees, doubling sales consistently every year, even during COVID. And we are a company that is VC-backed. The last round that we did was in July, which was a Series C round. And growth to me, I guess, in this context, it means at least doubling revenues every year.
Right. Joaquin?
Hi, my name is Joaquin Duran.
It's not working, Joaquin.
Can you try again?
Can you?
No.
Okay, thanks. My name is Joaquin Duran. I'm managing partner at Blue Bull. That's an M&A tech firm. We focus on helping companies to get sold. So we work in the later stages, and we also do capital raise for growth stages. So for me, it's simple. What it means, growth, it's basically the goal or the ultimate goal for all startups to arrive there. So it means you arrive to a very sweet momentum. And after that, you might have much different things moving forward with huge capital raisings or interesting M&A opportunities.
Great. In the meantime, they're coming to fix your microphone. So. Jose?
Thank you very much. My name is Jose Carol. I'm the operating director at B-Startup, which is the division of the bank that I thought Yolanda has already explained a few minutes ago. But what we do in like 10 seconds, we do banking, and we do also investment for startups at seed stage. And what means growth for me, from my point of view, growth means what every kind of a startup need to achieve to raise next round. So this will be a short definition of growth.
Great. Pablo?
Great, and thanks for having me. Pablo Medina, part of the EQT growth team here in Spain. As far as EQT goes, for those of you who are not aware, it's one of the largest asset managers in the world, around 70 billion in assets under management, and the EQT growth fund sits within that EQT umbrella, right? Focusing on helping companies at that particular growth stage, really staging and taking them to the next level. We focus on investments, everything from 50 to over 200, $300 million tickets, and a focus purely on tech and tech-enabled businesses. As far as growth goes, I see it two ways probably. One would be really as improvement, both from like a professional perspective and also for companies, and then also as an inflection point, right? And that's actually where we look at to invest in companies when there's a real product market fit, you see a replicable business model and sales cycle, and you really have the opportunity to capitalize on that and really help the company scale at this inflection point.
Right. I don't know if everyone caught this. By the way, my name is Robin Watts. I don't know if I introduced myself. I'm from TechEU. And for me, the definition of growth is pretty much a combined answer to what all of you said. But this is a question I always ask entrepreneurs. And it's very interesting how they come back to me. If they say, you know, for us it's revenue, for us it's the people, the team that we're growing, for us it's the number of markets that we're in, because immediately it tells you sort of what the focus of the company is as a whole. Is it market expansion? Is it moving into different territories, diversifying revenue? Is it really sales? So that already sort of guides the discussions that I have with entrepreneurs, just as an aside. I don't know if you caught all of this, but we have a very diverse panel here. We have an investor. We have sort of from the corporate side, if I can say that. We have a deal maker, and we have an entrepreneur. So I'm very, very delighted to have all of you on this panel. We're going to talk a little bit more about growth. Growth means different things in different stages of a company, I would say. You know, if you're pre-revenue, you're prototyping, you're not in the market yet, growth means a much different thing than it does when you're a late-stage company, you know, Series C, Series D. Maybe Per, because you as the entrepreneur, can you sort of, from the companies that you've already founded, go back to sort of the early days of the company and what growth meant for you then, and how it's different from, you know, when you're at stage A and B and C. Does it change a lot? You know, what do you need to focus on as an entrepreneur?
I guess, Robin, the difference is the KPI, no, that you use to measure this growth, which is what usually tends to evolve. You know, you start maybe when you are pre-revenue with users, you know, to measuring users, and then at some point you switch to dollars, to sales, and at some point, once the company gets more mature, then it's measured based on profitability, you know, which is the main measure for publicly listed companies. So it does evolve. It depends on the stage where you are. It depends on the type of investors that you have behind you. The early investors, they care more about how engaging is your product, and how attractive it is to users at the beginning. Then you get your first round of financing, and the next round of investors, the only question that they care about is how much did you sell last month. And then at some point, you get public, and all of a sudden the public investors wonder how much were the profits, last month. So it's an evolution, and I agree with you, Robin, that it changes over time.
Pablo, I'm going to go to you first, because as an investor, I know you're on the late stage side of things, but I'm still going to ask, how do you evaluate companies, whatever stage they're in? What are some of the KPIs that you look at that are important to you to sort of determine their growth?
Yeah. And as Per mentioned, I think that changes as you're looking at companies in the different stages, right? First, it's very important to, in very early stages, really focus around metrics such as user base, right? Really understanding that there's a real need or want for the product that you're developing, or product or service that you're developing. As you're transitioning into that, what you really start focusing is on that growth piece, right? On the sales, on the top line, really being able to see that growing year on year, quarter over quarter, at the same time as your user base starts to mature as well, and you start seeing engagement increase, retention hold steady, right? You really want to see, again, that replicability of the sales model, and also a very sticky product. I think that's actually when we looked into investing companies, right, at a later stage, where you really see a playbook, where you really see a constant growth, and at which point you also want to see a clear path to profitability, right? Because at the end of the day, that's the goal, or should be the goal of most businesses. At the early stages, it's really focus on hyperscaling growth, but at one point in time, you really have to turn profitable. So whether it's by focusing on healthy unit economics at the gross margin level, or on the efficiency of your sales and marketing, just to really see a path to that long-term profitability. I think that's essentially how we look at the different stages of growth, and ultimately at the stage that we like to invest in.
Yeah, great. Joaquin, I'm going to go to you, because you guide companies into sort of positioning themselves for a sale or for a large funding raising round. So you look at these metrics as well. What are some of the most important things that you ask in the first conversation you have with an entrepreneur?
So the first thing that you want to get a clear picture of where the company stands. So KPIs are basic for understanding where is the current status of the company. This depends a lot on the business model. If you talk about a SaaS company, you want to learn how they are managing the bookings, revenues, churn, and how this flows up to the profitability. If you go through other type of companies like a marketplace, you want to know the GMV, take rate, and all these things. But beyond the initial KPIs and the picture, I think it's very important to understand what makes that company different. So when you think in M&A or before M&A, when you think in fundraising, you tend to think to be the category leader, and you want to be the best company that has the best performance and attract the most interesting investors. When you move to M&A, that's something that's important, but you have, beyond the category leader, you have other different companies with other type of interesting things that we want to know and we want to understand, because we have an environment with a lot of M&A opportunities, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs that's something I really like after COVID. There are many companies that maybe they are not the category leaders, but they have something unique that people value, and they need to know that, and that's what enables the M&A opportunities. So on our side, first thing, understanding the KPIs and the picture, and second thing, understanding what makes the company unique, to understand how is the path to an exit and to the finishing line of the company.
Jose, similar question to you, but very specific to B-Startup, because you've worked with a lot of startups and invested in quite a few, including Exotica, I believe. Yeah. So you've seen a lot of these companies come and go. What are some of the mistakes that entrepreneurs make when they're going sort of from one stage to the next, and when they're scaling up? What are some of the hurdles that they need to be aware of?
Yes, I would say that maybe one of the most, not common, but one of the mistake that they made, and you really need to try to avoid, it's to start scaling before the product is ready. Before having a product market fit, start investing quite a lot of money in marketing, and that means that you are trying to put water on a leaky bucket, no? So you put the water and the water splits, no? So you are like wasting the money. This for me is one of the best, one of the most important mistake to avoid. And if I try to think about another, I would say about team. On early stages, you need to add quite a lot of people fast because you have raised the Series A or whatever. So you need to pass the, I don't know, maybe from 15 or 20 employees to 50 or 60 in like 6 months, no? And this is multiplying per 3 the size of your company, of the people that you have on your company. And maybe this kind of thing makes you to hire fast without taking time, because you really need to add people fast, because you need to grow fast, because the investors say, okay, you have to do this, but to do this I need team and I don't have the team. No? So this, I have seen quite a lot of startups from early stages failing from hiring too fast and maybe also firing too slow also.
It's also a big one,
yeah.
Pablo, I see you nodding very approvingly, but is there anything that you can add to that you've seen from an investor standpoint?
No, I think to the point on talent, I think that's very important, right? Ultimately, that's one of the biggest pain points that we see with companies at all stages, but particularly as that stage that they're really trying to inflect growth, is that oftentimes getting the right talent, getting the right org structure is probably the toughest thing to do, especially today and age, right? There's so much competition for talent. And as you think about it, expanding internationally, really finding that local talent and across not only the different levels of the organization, but also different products and service lines is not always easy, right? So I think, at least from our perspective as an investor, that's also one of the areas where we look to add the most value, right? Whether it's through our internal team of HR experts, right? Really helping companies attract and identify that talent. And also as you think about retaining that talent, because that's also very important, right? As you grow and you come into competitive markets, other people will also be trying to poach your talent. So having a roadmap, having a strategic plan for your organization, having the right structure at the board level as well, really helping future-proof that company from an organizational standpoint, I think is very important.
I'm actually going to stick to this question, but we have an hardcore serial entrepreneur on the panel, so I'm going to ask you, what are some of the things that you fucked up? Like, what are some of the mistakes that you've made as you were growing your companies? So many to choose from.
No, obviously I made all the mistakes in the book, no, but I would say one of the mistakes, and it's I think a very frequent mistake, you know, is scaling the management team, you know. Usually the people that surround you, the people that are part of the management team at the beginning, don't tend to be the people that are part of the management team at the end, you know, because a startup by definition is a company that grows very fast. Therefore, every year is almost a different company that faces different challenges. And the people at the beginning are people that thrive in chaotic environments, are people that are more like 360 type of people that are good at many things, are people that basically are very creative, can survive in unstructured environments, that don't like the rules, but as the company grows and you need to put a structure and you need to put rules in place, you need different profiles, you know, and making that decision on when to change the CMO or the CEO, it's a very difficult decision. It's a difficult decision because these are people that have helped you get where you are. These are good people you have very good relationship with. But at some point, you have to make that transition, you know. And I have found this to be one of the hardest things to do. And I think many startups that grow very fast struggle with the changes.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Joaquin, do you have anything to add to this?
So I would say that going back to the initial question of what means growth, I think it's important to understand that most of the very well-known companies in the tech ecosystems are companies that are able to move very fast, and this means raising a lot of capital before KPIs, and the investors believe that they will do a catch-up at some point. I think that's the elite, that's the very few companies. I think the vast majority of the ecosystem needs to know that you need to walk at a similar path in performance and raising capital. So I would say, and I would like to point the fact that many people try to raise huge rounds without KPIs, and that's very tough. So I would say it's better to be very careful and very conscious that you need to validate things, get the right KPIs. It doesn't matter if you have volume or not, but getting the right KPIs along and after moving to the next stage.
I'm going to stay with you for a second there, because you don't only talk to investors for fundraising, you also talk to potential buyers. So what are some of the questions that come from potential buyers to entrepreneurs that they often don't expect, on your side of the table?
Yeah, that's a good question. So entrepreneurs are used to do things with a lot of vision and feeling. And when it comes to corporates or larger funds buying companies, they want to see not only vision, but performance and management. So there are a lot of questions to see how solid is the team, how solid it's all the data, and how solid is the structure they're building. Beyond the architecture of the product or whatever, it's the management side. So it's very important to get a very good reporting, get a good track of the KPIs. And when it comes to selling the company, it's not only doing GMV, take rate, net sales. This goes below, and they want to see what's below until the EBITDA or the net profit. And at some point, Pablo was mentioning, we like to see path to profitability. So you need to build the story, how you're going to get to that profitability, and which is the picture once you get to the profitability. It's better, do you have a better EBITDA than the traditional company? So that's a very, very, very important point.
Great answer. How important is an ecosystem to support growth as a company? And just for context, when I say ecosystem, I mean, entrepreneurs are at the center of it, but you need, capital, you need talent to tap from. You need corporates, you need support services, you need events like this. So an ecosystem is many, many different elements, as I'm sure you know. But how important is that for the growth of any company that operates there? Because they always say you can build great companies anywhere, and I think that's true to a degree. You can start great companies anywhere, but it doesn't mean you can scale them everywhere. For that, you need an ecosystem. So in your view, how important is that ecosystem for fast-growing companies? Pablo, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think from my point of view, and we touched up on the first couple, right, including talent. But as you think about scaling, especially internationally, that's one of the things that we see as most important, really having that local connectivity. At least within EQT, that's one of our mantras, right? It's really locals with locals, and that's why we really have presence across the globe, 25 offices from San Francisco to Sydney, right? Because we really see value in having those local connections and helping the founders as they're thinking about expanding internationally to build that connectivity. To your point, whether it's through relationships to other entrepreneurs or founders that have done similar scale-ups in those countries, because every country, especially in Europe, has very little intricacies of how to actually operate in those markets. So whether it's building those relationships with other founders that have done that, whether it's building relationships with local providers or local partnerships that they can actually latch onto and actually help them scale faster, or whether it's simply just helping them feel comfortable and allowing them to, or supporting them in attracting local talent. I think it's very important to really build a sense of community and helping them build an ecosystem on a more local basis as companies are looking to scale.
Great. Well, same questions to you. We'll start with Perry, man.
No, just to say something a little bit different, no, and maybe something counterintuitive. I think it's important, but I think it's less important, and it's going to be less important in the future, because things are becoming more global. Right now, you can hire somebody who works, I don't know, in Brussels, and work for you with your company in Barcelona, and you can have an investor from the US. So I think maybe 10 years ago, or maybe before COVID, It used to be more important to have a pool of workers in the city where the company was based that was available, to have a VC investor that was also local. But my guess is that in the future, it is going to be less relevant where you're based, and it's going to be more relevant how your story is, to be able to tell a story to the investors, to the employees, so that you become attractive to them, and you can attract their attention.
So it becomes about how good you can communicate your vision and your values to potential employees. Joaquin, maybe?
My view is quite similar in the sense of ecosystem. It's really interesting when it comes to building a new industry, like we had in Spain in the past 10 years, building the venture industry. It's not like in the US that they've been doing this for 40 years. So here it was very useful. Where we stand right now, it's more having more than an ecosystem with a generic view, it's specialization. So we need small ecosystems with people doing the same things that can share the learnings, the drivers, what's going on that specific industry or that specific stage. So I think ecosystems are very important, but we need to evolve, and we need people doing cyber, building their own cybersecurity ecosystem and sharing all the learning, because that's the most important thing, learning, iterating, and hitting the right goal.
So rather than think ecosystem or center of excellence in a certain field. I like that thought, actually.
Well, I will say from my point of view that some kind of ecosystem is needed for startups to grow. Why? Because you need, of course, we have international investors that are investing in Spain. If you see the investors that were active in 2012, and 10 years ago, no? Or well, 2011, no? And the ones that are really active now, there are quite a lot that in 2011 didn't exist. So we need ecosystem, and we need ecosystem from the seed stage, because it's okay, we all want to have Series A companies, Series B companies, and growth and so on. But we need the companies and the startups from the beginning. And I think that the startups at seed stage or pre-seed stage should be invested by, or normally they are invested by local investors. I know there are we have Target Global and Mangrove and a lot of international investors that are investing in Spain in city stage, but I think that we need ecosystem, and we also need not just investors, also startups that make a really good company, like, I don't know, Wallbox, Globo, and so on, because this kind of people could help other entrepreneurs to try to make the same path. So I think from my point of view, ecosystem is really important.
Great. We're almost out of time, but I'm going to ask a question and ask everyone to answer it, but keep it brief. I used to live in Spain. It's almost a decade ago. I can't pretend to know a lot about the Spanish startup ecosystem anymore, let alone the Valencia one. But in your view, what needs to change, and quickly, to be able to support more high-growth companies here in this country? Pere, start with you.
Well, I'll start with the pocket, with taxes, and secondly, bureaucracy. Bureaucracy.
Okay. Yeah. Not more, I hope. Less.
My pick, it's very similar. I think we need growth funds. So now we are in the stage of growth funds and building our own ecosystem of growth capital. And this needs to come along with politicians changing their mindset about tech and startups and helping, or really helping to move this forward.
Great.
I will say I totally agree with bureaucracy, and I will say good startup, more good startups like Globo, Wallbox, Exotica, and this kind of companies that are doing a really good job.
Pablo?
I'd say two things. One is just ambition and vision. I think you're already starting to see huge cases of companies really building massive stories and great stories, but sometimes you still see a bit of a local mentality that this is kind of the market that they want to focus on, when honestly the innovation that's coming out of Spain and Iberia in general is big, right? Not only from a technological standpoint, but even business model disruptiveness, right? So just seeing founders really having that ambition and vision of pushing it further, right? I think that's one key thing. And to Joaquin's point, I think also the maturing of the ecosystem, right? I think really, whether it's internally through growth funds or additional investment coming within Spain, but also turning the lens from a global standpoint, right? Because Spain is an incredibly attractive investment opportunity. I think that's one of the reasons that why we're here and why we love it, right? But I think those are 2 points that we see as potential benefits.
Great. We have 15 seconds left, so we have time for a yes/no question. The new startup law in Spain that I've been hearing a lot about, is it ambitious enough? Yes or no?
For the first law, I think it's a good solid step.
So great starting point, Joaquin?
Yes.
Totally agree.
Yes.
So it seems like I need to dig into this a bit more because I don't know a lot about it yet. But this is all the time we have. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, of course, for sharing your insights, and hope to see you back soon.
Thanks.
Okay, that's it, everyone. Now we break for lunch. We shall see you back here at 4 o'clock. We're a really interesting panel with including people from Job and Talent. Basically, all the unicorns are coming here, Cabify, and all sorts of other interesting people. So enjoy your lunch, and see you back here at 4 o'clock. So that's everything from me. Bye.